Oh, there we go. Sorry, you guys may have heard a pop from my plugging in. I'll turn this down a little. It's one of my favorite song tropes is when they use one note over and over again. Just that one note bass line. Do, 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 do. Love it. Love it. I don't know why. Lights. Bonk. I could automate that. And unfortunately, you guys can't see all my wonderful effort into Node Red. This light bulb changing colors only happens when OBS is starting and stopping. So this is not something that you guys can see. Hey, what's up, Hairbothan? Although it does need to be in a place where I can see it. I don't know, I'll put it up here with the Furby for now. Just something up top where I can see the status of my stream so that I know whether or not, I mean, it should be like up on the wall somewhere. That would be an ideal place for it. And I got to get the switch out of the cable. I could magnet it up to something. Hold on, let me magnet it to the side of the rack. We can get just a big magnet over here. 2 big magnets, put one on each side. 2 big magnets. Oh God, I've got so many magnets. We're going to use some of these magnets with the emotes that Wexo sent in, because we can put them on stuff and put them in kooky places, crazy places. Hold on, I gotta get the other magnet that I'm trying to peel off that's like sticking to everything. God, fucking rare earth magnets are crazy. All right, so stick it to which screen? Stick it to the wicket. Stick it to the max. Like, putting it right here would be good, but I don't think there's anything magnetic over here. Also, it's getting far away from a plug. Let's put it like right here. Or right there. Where else? I mean, on the milling, the mill is like it vibrates, so I really shouldn't be putting it there. That is a good place for it, though. And just put it like up top here where it's in view. It doesn't really need to be in view of the camera, though. That's the thing. It should be in like an obnoxious place, but I'll just stick it over there. It'll be right there. It really should be like against the wall or something, but I don't really have anything to mount it there. It's very light. Haha, get it? Because it's a light. It's literally a light. But it is something that'll be like in my plain view, and then an hour after stream, it turns itself off. So when I end the stream, it goes green, and that sets a 1-hour timer that then turns off the light after an hour. So the shop can enter non-streaming mode. How's everybody doing? We got a concern with this mixer over the amount of heat that it generates. So we're going to quickly finish the build. Then I can maybe plug in a waveform. We can check it. There might be ringing at high frequencies that I need to introduce capacitors for. But it feels more and more like we may have to retool and think about this again. Headphone amplification. Unfortunately, the headphone amplifier is too hot, and there's a couple solutions for that. Go to a 4-layer board, add a heatsink, lower the voltage. All these require extra stuff. 4-layer board would be fine. Going to a normal op amp, just like a TL074, that could potentially damage headphones. I got to make sure that that's okay. All kinds of stuff that I guess we could do. I was hoping that this headphone amplifier would be a drop-in replacement and, you know, a drop-in functional tool, but it seems like it gets very hot. I wanted to have high-quality stuff. Turns out this thing, in spite of its stature, in spite of its size, it needs a lot of stuff around it. Glue a penny to it as a heatsink. No, I got these from drones, or from, what do you call it? 3D printer stuff. All the little upgrades that we've done to the 3D printer over time stacks up. Where did I stash all my Donkey Kongs? What did I do with all of them? They're in their own bin, and I think I have another bin full of parts. We need to find 10 kilo-ohm pots and thonks. So let me pull that out here. I think we have enough thonks. Yeah, we have enough thonks in here. And my one singular stereo thong. Has anybody recognized the street you're on from your stream? I've had people get pretty crazy about it. They've looked at like light patterns and things like that. I think the people who were the biggest freaks about it became my moderators just by pure accident, because they were the people who were most tuned into the stream, that I somehow trust. But some of the other ones have gotten my birth date by very simply the references that I've made. You know, if I occasionally say something about the Care Bears, they know that I was born in the 80s. And somehow they triangulated that and possibly just guessed it out of the blue, and then said it was from the referential stuff that I make, you know, all the references that I make. But anyway, the street that I'm on, nobody's really that crazy. Keep your enemies close. Yeah, exactly. Nobody's quite that bad. This still isn't straight up and down. That's a little better. Gotta get a little bit more. I gotta make a jig for soldering that. And then Gonad was saying I need ricochet noises for when I'm clipping leads like that. What's up, Ray Triangle? How you doing? So we're pretty much ready to put connectors on. These are supposed to be 10K. I think are the only ones that I have 100. I may have to put temporary knobs that are shorter because these are 100K. That's gonna dampen our ability. I didn't think about this. Oh, wait, over here. Maybe there's 100K. I think I have alphas in... These are 100. The long knobs are all 100. Damn it. Yeah, cartoon ricochet noise. On like a foot pedal or some kind of a thing that I can trigger. Yeah. 1M. I thought I had some long 10Ks. This is an unfortunate thing. I'm gonna have to order them. We'll put 10Ks in there, but they'll just not be the exact right knobs. They'll be slightly different. I should have anticipated this. This is on me. That's my own shortcoming here, is that all the long ones that I have are 100Ks. And these are like pretty much the only option. Actually, what we could do is disassemble some of these and take the long knobs and put them on 10Ks. That's what we'll do. Now we know you live in a small town. I don't live in a small town. I live in a big town. Although, you know, the funny part of it is, and by the way, it's not like it's secret. I live in a town called Berwyn. I'm basically I say that I'm in Philly. I'm from Philly, and I've lived in Philly a lot of my life. I'm in a town called Berwyn. We're out there a little bit from Philly. It's a big town. You will not find me. And I had one time when I was listening to Kit Boga, and he was trying to catch one of the scammers in a lie. And so what he did is, oh, you're from Pennsylvania? Because the guy met, he's like, oh, where are you from, man? I am from Pennsylvania. And he's like, oh, Pennsylvania, I know Pennsylvania. Uo's Lab, who you introduced me to, he has a lot of sounds he uses. Yeah, I haven't heard any of the sounds, actually. I drop in on his content for like 5 minutes and then I leave. I don't spend a particularly long amount of time, and I don't want to take focus away from him, you know, commenting in chat and stuff. So, but anyway, so Kit Boga was pulling this guy's string and making him embed himself further into the lie that he's from Pennsylvania. And so he asks, oh, where are you from? And the guy says, Berwyn. And Kit Boga's like, I know Berwyn. And he like zooms in on it and in Google Maps. He's like, yeah, it's really out there. It's kind of a podunk town. And the guy's like, yeah. Like, you motherfuckers, hey, that's where I live. Like, it's not podunk. It's a nice place. Like, fuck. We're not out, he said, out in the boonies. And I'm like, we're not in the fucking boonies, man. You fucking asshole. Uh-oh, these are all 1M, these short ones. I need one that's 10K. 10K or bust. That's not good. I think I watched that stream. It was a long time ago, but it was pretty funny. I'm out here catching strays for just living where I'm living. The Vine boom. Oh, God. I really dislike that TikTok thud. Because if somebody doesn't have good audio equipment, you end up having your speakers punched through you by virtue of that noise. We have 1M and 100K. That's not good. That's no bueno. This one's 100K, but it's short. Oh, come on. Ah, come on. Getting worried here. These are 100Ks. 1 hundo. Oh boy, might have to just live with the 1 hundos. That doesn't really work, does it? Because then my biasing is different. We may have to get creative with it. These are all hundreds. Can I send a runner out to go get me some 10K alphas? Nope. Gonna have to use these, which are slight knockoffs. But these will come in 10K. Yeah, 103. That's 10K. 103, that's 10K. 103, that's 10K. But they've got the 2 posts are on opposite sides. They're not 4 posts, which might be big trouble for me. And the dimensions are going to be slightly different, I think. That one's okay. That one fits. This one will fit. This is the one that might have trouble. Ooh, it barely fits, but it fits. All right, so we can do the prototype with these. It's not ideal, but it'll be okay. And then I'll have to push them in a little bit. Yeah, that makes it clear even more. Okay. All right, so we can make our prototype with cheap knobs. We can use these. I could always replace the wiper with the alpha wiper, but I don't think I should do that. I'll buy some actual alphas so I can make a full prototype later. I'm designing a board for switching on a coffee grinder instead of using an MCU to hold a bit. I use a D flip-flop. Really? Does that help? Is that better? I mean, using a flippin' floppin', a flippy floppy. I guess these don't all fit in that size bin. These slightly different size bin. Maybe I'll put them all over here. They probably don't fit in here either. Oh no, my insulin pump. Ah, that's beeping infernal. It won't stop until the battery is drained. So I need to turn it off with my phone. Let me just finish doing this. Let me clear the desk so we can have a proper start soon. And then I'll redo my insulin pump before I start streaming today. It's because I didn't bolus for the noodles. I should have bolused separately. Dumb. Less parts. Had to put an RC on the reset to keep things stable. Interesting. Yeah, I still have to learn where it's appropriate to be putting capacitors on circuits. Hold on, let me turn off the infernal beep. One thing at a time. Unfortunately, diabetes has to take the front center stage, so I can't have a single moment of peace. Yeah, activate that pod so it can stop freaking beeping. Okay, there it goes. Jeez. Finish that. All right, so we need to get a new pod. Let's see what my stocks are like over here. Over by the desk. There's this. I got this little organizer for my side table. All right, that's going to do in that box. And I'm going to leave it for Willow to tear apart. I'll leave her the box, just like right here. She'll find it and grab it. And then I need the bottle of insulin that I'm using currently. This over here. That'll be enough. Barely. Bada bing. Bada bingus. Nice and organized. This reminds me of my car. I have a dash cam that'll beep at the slightest bump in the road. That is not a good feature. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, my microphone. Sorry, I forgot. I'm wearing a lapel on this shirt. I can't just take off my shirt. I apologize. Are there any things to look out for when buying a new soldering iron? It depends on what you're going to use it for. And I really don't know exactly what to recommend for people to do when buying a new soldering iron, because I bought this thing for like $350. Actually, Wexo sent this in, the second one. But the first one I still have, and it still works perfectly fine. It's my backup soldering iron now. But this thing is designed for production, so it never, never, never breaks, right? So when you're buying like a first soldering iron, what are you looking for? Well, I mean, the TS80, the, what's the other one called? Pine Tree or something? Pine Sol? What the hell is that thing called? Pine something or other is a really good soldering iron. These are ones that have firmware on them. So they have a microcontroller that turns on the soldering iron when you pick it up. Those are really good soldering irons. So basically, if you're looking to buy a soldering iron for doing electronics projects forever, if you're buying a soldering iron to do random home repairs and stuff like that, like an entry-level pen soldering iron is pretty good. Pine Sil, yeah, that's the one that everybody talks about. If that's out of your price range, there are just simple heater soldering irons that are much more simplistic that can get you pretty far. They can get you pretty far into what you're doing. Other than that, I'm not a great source for advice because I don't have a starter soldering iron anymore, and the whole landscape has changed. It's the same thing with oscilloscopes. I have a $1,000 oscilloscope. This thing is a little computer. It's really good at doing what it does. It's like a tablet that takes signals in. People don't need that. They don't need that to start out. There's like $20 oscilloscopes now that you can buy and you can use perfectly well to do all of the oscilloscopy kind of jobs that need to be done. So, again, the point is, I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's likely that you could find something really good that's really cheap. Yeah. Yeah, those $40. It doesn't even need to be USB. I've got one with a screen over there that was $35. Oh, it works on phones. That's kind of interesting. I don't know if I trust that, given the abuse that I've given oscilloscopes in the past. Yeah, temperature control, I guess, is the least. But I mean, if it's just for like random repairs, getting one that just has like a knob on it, that's okay. It's not bad. Because, you know, it heats up and then you do the repair and then you're done using it. You put it back into the tool bin. You don't need like to make sure that you're at exactly 600 degrees Fahrenheit or whatever. 60. What do I keep? 666 is what I keep this one at. So you don't need that because it's not going to be on all day because you're going to plug it in, do a repair, and be finished with it. I'm just trying to give a little perspective about that, like the fact that I don't know what I'm talking about. If somebody comes in here and goes, would you recommend a professional soldering iron? I'd say, yeah. The Pace. I really like Pace because this is simple, but it always works. But it's really, really expensive if you're going to be using the soldering iron daily. That's what I know. I don't know the entry-level landscape. But join the Discord, or if you catch the right people in this stream, they might be able to answer those kinds of questions. I got to clip this to somewhere else. Just put it right here so that I can still talk to you guys without my shirt on. That's it. He's stripping down. He's finally doing the striptease stream. All right, so what I need to do, I can do this with just sleeves on because I've been using my arms lately for the pod. Yeah, get rid of the old one. It's the old pod. That tube has been inside of me. One of the things that I would love to be able to do is take these apart, put the microcontroller in it onto my own development platform, and send it to people who buy them. And then I can have the only microcontroller platform whose chips kept a person alive for 2 days. Guaranteed. There would be a limited stock, but it would be pretty funny. So activate pod, fill the pod. Don't mind if I do. There's a little dollop right here where the mini syringe goes in. What do you plan to do with it? And at what stage are you in electronics is the question towards Disco House days. This is my Brisbane-based cousin. This thing goes in the garbage. You're not really supposed to recap needles. You're supposed to throw them into a sharp spin, but I don't have a sharp spin, so I'm going to recap this and throw it out. It's also this chody little needle, so I don't think it's going to be an issue. I'm in fill pod. I filled the pod. I hit next. Now it's going to initialize. Now in the next generation of these things, you tap the devices together. Apparently it's one of those microcontrollers that has an accelerometer in it for no reason at all. Everything's got accelerometers nowadays. All right, we're ticking this is making ticking noises. I deem that once it starts ticking, it's safe for me to put on, even though they have a special step here where it has the one and only device message that informs you. I don't think any other product has this. It informs you that it is about to stab you. It is literally an acceptance message that says, I am about to harm you. I think that's very unique, even in medical devices. It's like, this thing is going to hurt you now. Here, let's focus the camera in on this. Focus the camera arm in on my actual arm. And now, if you look closely into this window right here, you should be able to see suddenly there will be a blue tube, because this thing's little clockwork mechanism has gone off, and a needle will poke my arm, and then the needle retracts, leaving behind a tube. Here it goes. Ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh, can't even see it. Well, I felt it. It's in there. If I twisted my arm a little bit. No, you can't really see it. I don't know why that window is so dark. You can see a little bit of it. There's a little bit of a tube right there. See that at the tip of my finger? So now I have a little medical sterile plastic tube in my arm, and the rest of the pod can inject me with insulin to regulate my blood glucose level. It's an inverse stick. Well, it's not giving me blood. And there we go. So this is lunch. I ate lunch, and so it's currently trying to bolus me out of lunch. It wants to inject 0.15 units. I'm going to tell it to be a little bit more aggressive because I secretly had more carbs than it knows about. It would eventually deal with my lunch. I'd probably coast high for a while and then very gradually drop off. I'm going to give it a big bolus so that it drops a little bit more quickly, and I don't have to deal with the effects of being hyperglycemic during stream. Trader Durst. Fresh one, how often? It depends on how much insulin I use, but it's typically about 2 days. I can barely get to 2 days. It's like, you know, 2 waking sessions of being a day, and then sometimes I get interrupted in the middle of the night and I have to change pods out. Where's the sugar pump? Yeah, we don't get one of those. They did tests on an auto pancreas system where they had a glucose pump as well as an insulin pump, which I don't think that's a good idea, but that's what they did. All right, I'm going to get my shirt back on. I'm going to turn off the mic. You know, you gotta ask yourself. You gotta sit down. You gotta be honest, right? You gotta look yourself in the eye. Look yourself in the eye and just be honest with you as a person. And you gotta ask, should I actually bother about the way a tick works? Should I actually my streamer about that? And you gotta tell yourself, no, I don't need to do that. I don't need that. Nobody needs that in their life. Beginner, I want to mess around with it and get used to the skill, eventually work up to make deauthor. Look, a pine sill would not be a bad investment, even as just a basic repair tool. I have a TS100 that a friend sent me. It was like kind of a significant expense. I mean, it's not terrible, but it is my backup soldering iron for traveling. And it works really well in that regard. I do like some random facts every now and then, to be fair. Yeah, I know, it's just a funny bit to do. It was a funny bit. I don't want to stray away from doing the funny. Hold on, let me get more Funky Kongs. I forgot to get them. So we have 4 thunks, four monos, and 1 stereo. The 1 stereo is the only stereo that I have. I wanted to share weird... I wanted to share weird proteins. You share weird proteins on your own time. I love my pine sill. I hardly bother with starting my solder rework station anymore. The pine sill's that good? How much do they cost these days? I'm gonna look this up. Pine sill, smart, mini, portable soldering. $25? Yeah, get a pine sill. Disco house days, get a pine sill. $35. Yeah, it's like that's so cheap. Hey, Chimera Swede, how you doing? Hey, I know you. I know what you're about. How you doing? Yeah, I think this would be a good one to get. It's also so popular that you're gonna find them everywhere. I think maybe the port for the iron itself, this thing is not that common. The ones that use like a headphone plug, I guess, are kind of common. But pine sill, like everybody's talking about it, so it's probably a pretty good iron. I can vouch for the pine sill. It works great. Get a 100-watt brick PSU. Yeah, USB-C brick PSU. That's what people are using with it. Let's go, new OTT album. Gonna go with that psychedelic stuff for a bit. Yeah, this price is like amazing. Okay, so Amazon. I really hate giving Jeff Bezos money. Alpha potentiometer 10K. They have the style that I need, so I can order it without thinking about it, or do I have to go through DigiKey and do the whole DigiKey, almost a didgeridoo for some reason. What the hell is that thing? The whole rigmarole. It looks like I have to. Yeah, okay, so DigiKey. Alpha potentiometer 10K. 10 OK. Pinesill affiliate link. If you would like. $40. It's more expensive on Amazon, but if you get it on Amazon, scrape that little end of my link down there, the link to the stuff down below. Scrape the little end piece of that on and put it on your Amazon, and maybe one day I'll get over $100 and they'll actually pay me through Amazon. Well, they already paid me through Amazon, but maybe that money will actually get into my account at some point. You have to make over a certain amount on the affiliate links for them to actually give you money, and I never make that. I made it once. I think one person one time bought the paste soldering iron that I list down there, and it's like a $300 iron, so they bought it, and that was like enough to crack me over the line, and it gave me a little payout. Apply that to your entire Amazon order. Yeah, everything you order forever. I should probably be doing that to my own. I should probably be doing that to my own orders, huh? Why didn't you come up with anything? Products. I need, oh no, manufacturers. And we're looking up Alpha, and Omega, Alpha Wire, Alpha Lab, Alps Alpine. I think it is Alps actually. Oh my God! Look at their splash screen. It's like the future. What do they make? Humidity sensors. Yeah, when I look at that image, I think humidity sensor. That really speaks to me on a humidity sensor level. I can look through my email and find, oh wait, what else do they have? Hold on. Sensors, motors, drivers, switches, potentiometers, and variable resistors. So we're looking for, none of the above. I guess rotary, and that is close to the style. Of course, we're looking for the little green bastards. So we're looking for 10K active, fly, linear and logarithmic style. Oh boy, this is going to be a beast to figure out. I don't know where I got the previous ones. I thought I bought them at DigiKey. Maybe they just have tons of styles. Enter a new era of monitoring. Oh, that one looks cool. What is that? 10K 120 logarithmic. And it's like a dual pot. This is what I would have used in the mixer if I didn't use that transconductance amplifier. Madam, what are you doing? What are you up to? Oh, we need to open the YouTube comments. I'm sorry, I forgot that. Madam, you subbed at tier 1 for 11 months. There's tens of us on YouTube. Yeah, sorry, Madam, you here. We're going to go to YouTube and put the chat back up. Oh, before I read your comment, I realized that I didn't put YouTube up. Let's open up the chat. Yeah, there's a couple. Side note, the OmniFixo is a great helping hands that's travelable. It uses magnets, so you don't have backlash like most helping hands. Interesting. The pine sill heats up to 340C in like 5 seconds. I just got a pine sill. Good 3D print case. I like it. Forgot your stream starts soon. I got it eventually. Jeez, you guys. Pop out chat. Okay, there. Now you guys are back on screen and I can keep an eye on you. There were a lot of YouTube comments too, and I remember to hit start on YouTube at least. Yeah, any modern soldering iron, you should not accept a long wait time for it to get up to temperature. That's something you should not accept. What other features do we need in this thing? Well, we've got all the series names there, and I could probably find it that way if I had an actual. Well, none of these are what I'm looking for. Huh? Oh, there's more categories. Side or top? I think it's top adjustment. Through hole. Apply. It should be knurled though. Oh, this is the only one that I have in 10K. Okay. All right. Somebody's missing some data here. Let's get rid of a couple of the factors. Where's my list of stuff? Oh, here. Clear them all. How many gangs do we have, gang? And then flatted and knob are the only ones that I have. What? All right, well, I'm gonna have to get crazy with this and try to find the 10Ks in the right kind. That one is illuminated. Look at that. I could put an LED on it. I don't want to. Huh. Well. I have a sourcing issue. The only thing my pine sill failed at soldering is bus bars. That's too much thermal mass. Yeah, you have to preheat or use a gas soldering iron or a high wattage one. What's up, Fat Anon saying? Burn me, baby. 71 months of Fat Anon. Holy crap. Thank you so much. We had my cousin in here asking about what a good entry-level soldering iron is. So, I mean, most of the recommendations went immediately to pine sill. It's one of the ones that I recommended, even though I don't really know anything about that. It's something that a lot of people know a lot about, though. My illuminated shaft. It probably, the feel of it's probably not great compared to the regular ones. KSGER. Is that like Kissinger? Is that and his magic murder bag? Henry Killinger? I see. It's a little bit more hardcore, huh? That looks cool. Looks like a pretty basic soldering iron. $75. I guess that's all right. What tips does it take? That thing's kind of big. Your headphone amp was getting hot yesterday. Yeah, we got to work on that today. Isn't that going to get even hotter when phones are actually drawing current? Possibly. It's possible. They said undue current draw could be a sign of oscillating too. It could be going unstable on me. So we've got a lot of testing to do still. We didn't get very far yesterday. We can finish the build. I've got to use stand-in potentiometers that aren't as good as the alphas, unfortunately, just because I'm having a sourcing issue with the alphas. And I guess I could go to whatever the other company is that has them. I mean, these would be good too. Oh, not quite. I want the green base. T12, is T12 relatively common? Is this, where are we? We're in Mauser. Mauser! Welcome to Mauser! You are to order your products and leave. Page 2. None of these are style that I want, but it's possible that I could find them at Mauser. I may have to make a Mauser order for this. so I get the right thing, because we anticipated using these alphas in 10K flavor. I don't like the small tips. It's very similar to what you use. The Pace has its own like little proprietary, whatever it is. This this system here, this system of like it's got like a keyway, and it looks like there's like means by which to like snap the keyway in. It could possibly, I think it's just like a little spring detent on it, and then it's got the 2 pins at the back of this thing. So I guess it's 2 pins and then a third to ground the base. So ground, temperature, and power are probably the 3. I like this system. I think it's a good system. It works really well, and the tips are like $12. So I can very easily switch tips to do the jobs that I need to do. But it's, yeah, the pen's about this size. Yeah, Pace has a decently sized pen. In any of these soldering irons, if you got a wire coming out of the back, make sure it's silicone so you can't burn it with the iron. Not much to this. I mean, a little bit serviceable. I've never had to like mess with that. I'm not gonna mess with it now. It's kind of showing its age though. It looks like it's a little worse for the wear. Might have to get another one of those. It's the thing I touch most of all. Need to get a little further into this album. Actually, I think does this one get good? All right. Let's go to the next song. Hopefully that'll be a little better. Yeah, if it ain't broke, it ain't broke yet. Big Clive just did a teardown for the Pine Sill rip-off tips. Cool to see inside. That's interesting. Yeah, those resources are all out there. The state of the hobby is constantly in flux. Everything's changing. Everything's improving, and so I need to kind of dip my toe in at the beginner's level every now and then, so I have good recommendations for people that have questions. Because above all else, people come into the stream to get their one singular question answered. How should I start in electronics? And I say, you should go home. You should go home. And they're like, but I'm on my computer at my home. And then I don't know what to say. But yeah, no, it's one of those things where I say, like, I haven't started in electronics in 25 years, 30. So I don't know what to say. Yeah. Above all else, do not follow those old books that tell you to plug something into the wall. 10K. Apply. PCB mount. Apply. Carbon, metal, 1 turn, flattened, knurled, serrated, knurled, slotted, or smooth. Much like our brains, I think maybe neural serrated. Neural slotted, I think, actually. Let's apply that and see what happens. What do we get? Okay, why are they all right angles? Neural slotted is not what we need. We'll just ignore that. Ignore that. Ignore that. Ignore that. Ignore that. Neural serrated. That doesn't look knurled serrated. I guess it's not going to show in the picture, huh? That's knurled serrated, but it's also light up knob. I'm going to have to sit down with a part number and make sure that I'm getting the right thing. Ah, what an annoying thing. We don't have the right potentiometers, that's all. Yeah, there's a hype train. How to make a laser tripwire alarm. There was a thing that was being sold that was like some PC accessory that you could use to make a little tripwire where it would quit everything to your desktop as soon as the boss walks in. How did you get so good at electronics? Constant contact. Yeah, the math is fairly difficult. There's a lot of pretty intense math. If you like math, then you might like electronics. I hate math, and I like electronics. I had to get through a lot of very complicated math tests to get here, but I don't think it's strictly necessary in all facets of electronics hobbyists to be super good at equations. You should be familiar with math and able to break down a problem. As a hobbyist, the math isn't bad at all. generally you're going to be kind of on the outside of the intense equations that are required sometimes for some facets of building stuff. We should probably just get to work. Music isn't hitting it for me. Just going to pause it. Set up, start doing away. I'm debating about whether or not I want to stream tomorrow. I said I was locked in yesterday, and I kind of felt that, but I'm not feeling it today. We'll see. We'll see. It's kind of a day after day after day of doing this intense stuff. I may want to just play games, but at the same time, I might want to like push ahead with Node-RED and see if I can actually get that API stuff to work. Because you need to sign up for like an API key and a user key and a token, and then you take that token to somebody else, and then they issue you like a certification with like some other numbers on it. And I just keep putting the right stuff into the Node-RED, and the Node-RED keeps going, this is nothing to me, it doesn't work. Yeah, there's OAuths and there's API keys and all kinds of stuff like that. I need to just sit down and do it from start to finish on my own. The problem that I ran into was that when I give the one site all the right permissions for the bot, and I give it my OAuth and I give it my token, it then takes me over to Twitch where I have to enable and say, okay, you can have all these permissions, bot. And then it says, hey, you're about to follow a page that takes you outside of Twitch. And I'm like, yeah, that's what the other thing wanted me to do. Yeah, let's do that. And so I say, let's do that. And then the thing that redirected me said, redirect failed. Something went wrong. Twitch had an extra page. And I'm just like, oh, okay. So it just fails. And then I put it into the Node-RED node. When I got it to work, I put it in the Node-RED node. I had them email me the codes. And then I put the codes in, and it went, nah, that doesn't work. Like, what the fuck? Come on. So I've got some learning to do. There's probably a field that I'm not putting in properly. I may opt to do that on Saturday and do it off camera so that I can actually concentrate on it. Or I play Abiotic Factor and do a big bass move. I don't know. Either way, it'll be boring. I can try and help offline if you need me. Maybe I'll hit you up with some questions if I have them. What I want to do is just like, sit down with a pot of coffee when the dog isn't barking and just like concentrate on it and make sure I'm doing everything right. Because I think maybe the plugin has like expired and doesn't work anymore, or I am taking a number that I shouldn't be taking and putting it into a field I shouldn't be putting it into. It's one of those things. It's one of those dumb problems that you run into when you're half concentrating on something. I may just sit down and concentrate on it, because as soon as that happens, I can either fake start the stream, or I can send the comments in chat and I can see what the resultant signals are. As soon as I get that API plugged in, that's a big step. I'm going to have to look up profanity filters and subscription events, as well as points redemptions. And I have infinite points. I have infinite channel points in my own chat. So from there, it's just going to exponentially grow until I have that interaction layer that I so crave. I've wanted that for quite some time. I crave it. I want it. Give it to me. I want to have Node-RED broker all of the signals that go around so that we can basically neuter all of our ESP8266 and make them just simply listen for HTTPS request events. So we'll hit up an ESP8266 with a simple signal that says, hey, this name needs to go on the board, and then a Raspberry Pi will take over from there and do all the like board art and stuff. We could even get to the point where we've scaled it where it'll send back G-code as like or send back a giant JSON file so that I can populate that onto some kind of a website so that you have like the bother viewer. But I can broker all that stuff with Node-RED, and then I have one single front end for all of the API, the Twitch API stuff. I know AI is a whole buzzword now, but you can use AI to detect profanity. There is a syllabic, I think, profanity checker that the racist banana guy invented. See, the whole point, when I did Burn the Subs, that was about the time when the racist banana happened. I think Tyler or something or other raided some engineer's channel who had this little banana that would tilt back and forth, and it would say stuff on the screen. And it got racist really fast, and the channel got banned. And then from then on, that person, in my mind, is known as the racist banana guy. So I don't want to become the racist board guy, so I do want a little profanity filtering in there. But what he did is, in order to scrub that and make the channel normal and successful, they're probably doing way better than I am, burp. He made like a phonetic a phonetic, like the racist laser guy. No, no. I have to correct my own friends for being fucking transphobic because they're from the early 2000s. I don't want to have to correct people for thinking that I'm the racist laser guy because they're gonna spell it with a Z, and I just absolutely vehemently disagree with spelling laser with a Z. And the racist thing, I don't like that either. I don't like that either. Seems like a regex and a static list will get you 99.9% of the way there. The thing is, though, I have you goons. I'm taking that word back. They're not allowed to have that as masturbating. You goons will find the corner cases, and those will get entombed on a block of wood. Part of the board is actually about that, though. Part of the board is that you can do some little goony little stupid things to it and get something kind of offensive burnt onto the board. Stuff about, you know, jacking off into Santa's beard and shit like that. I've seen it, and I've got it on the two boards that are sitting behind my desk. That's funny and fun, but I do need to have like a... I don't want to invent the... Yeah, Butthole Tornado was particularly funny because she... tweeted about it and was like, the coolest thing ever, like my stupid Twitch name got burnt onto a board. I'm like, go Butthole Tornado is not a thing that I ever thought I'd say in my life. But the thing is, like, so I want a little bit of that, but I don't want to make the profanity filter because I'll come up with stuff that'll make it very boring. So if I find like a proper profanity filter and I can set it to like light, set it to like light mode where I don't have it quite interfere so bad. And I think Node-RED will really enable me to do that because the flows in Node-RED are pretty popular. So I think I'll be able to come up with something. That or I have to do like a code block, but I don't want to use AI. Go Waternator. What the fuck? All right, let's finish building this beast. We have been working on a mixer. And the thing is, and after talking about butthole tornadoes for an extended amount of time, I have to introduce this project. And so this is a mixer project. And this is a unique mixer in the whole sort of grand scheme of things. It's 2 HP, which I figured this out while walking the dog. I was walking the dog, walking my absolutely beautiful button cute corgi. She was being a weirdo and just kind of wandering around. She took a huge poop, like a huge poop. But I was texting Julian during all this, and I was saying, man, this thing is getting too hot. This form factor is very small, and blah, 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 blah. And he mentions, and he says again, like, there's very limited space in 2 HP. And I thought about that for a moment while Willow was pooping. I was thinking, like, what is 2 HP? It's not a product, right? What is that? It's 2 horizontal positions. 2 horizontal positions in Eurorack is a little over 10 millimeters, like 10.7 or 5 or something. 10.5 millimeters that we have to work in 2 HP. So that's what we're making. We're making a mixer in 2 HP, and this mixer is designed to take 2 stereo channels in and mix them together and have a stereo headphone output with its own volume knob. So we've got right and left in channel 1, right and left in channel 2, channel 1 adjust, channel 2 adjust, and then stereo out with a volume. Now, the initial question was, can that fit in 2 HP? And the whole thing behind this project is that boards, 100 millimeter by 100 millimeter boards, if you can keep it under those dimensions, it's cheap. It's like $5 for 5 of these things. It was more like $25 for 5 of these things, but I'm a chill guy. I'm okay with that. So $25, happy to pay it. Got my boards in. They're gorgeous. They look really good. So I can continue to roll out prototypes without too much pain of expense, and the only pain is really time. But it takes about a week to get your new boards. It's a little less than that, actually. Just have the filter flags and set it to have a human verify it. That's true, like having it get stuck in like a queue so that I can read and verify. So we ran into a couple problems yesterday putting this thing together. One of them is that I couldn't find tantalum capacitors that were the right size, so I'm gonna have to order them. Today, we ran into a problem where I can't find potentiometers. I'm gonna have to actually just go and order some. These are, of course, in the wrong position, the wrong a little bit in the wrong design. These posts right here don't actually, they do exist on the ones I have, but they're in a slightly different position. So there's no interference where it shows interference here. There's no actual interference between those two. I'm going to have to find, and it's becoming apparent to me that it's difficult to find a 10 kilo ohm potentiometer in this form factor. This is not, I'm thinking about this not as a one-off project. This is a low volume project right now, which would mean that it's perfectly fine for me to, for instance, take apart a potentiometer and make my own. But I'm thinking about this like it's going to be manufactured. So I need a part number. I need an active part number for a knob that's the right design. For the time being, for that being made entirely out of time, we are going to use these guys, which are super cheap ripoffs. I bought them by mistake, but they are 10K and covered in dog hair. And they do have knurled knobs on the ends. So we'll use that for now. Just for now, for the sake of testing. Fusion360, and again, this is something I meant to lead into saying. This whole design, part of the whole design, is that AutoCAD has given me this copy of AutoCAD. I don't know about the 16 days that it's expiring in. I need to send an email out. But AutoCAD has offered and made good on their offer to give me this copy for free. So I get all these features. I don't have to worry about using the free version of their software. I think this capability is well within the scope of the free software. I think I would be able to put stuff together, but I'm using Fusion360's ability to go from schematic to board to three-dimensional design in order to push the envelope of things that I am capable of doing in designing circuit boards. So these resistors are really, really helping me with the space constriction of this 2 HP module. I could easily make this larger, and then I could spread out more and I'd have more heat dissipation from the extremely warm chip that we're going to be dealing with today. But instead, I decided to challenge myself to making a 2-layer PCB in 2 rack positions and using almost the smallest spacing that jlcpcb can handle. And the board is gorgeous. The board turned out absolutely perfect. There's a lot of technology on this thing. The other part of this is that mixing these channels requires me to have a balanced but a separated input. So what I'm doing is I've added op amps as a buffer, because you never know what's coming in from the outside world, whatever the cat drags in. Whatever voltages are coming in through a buffer, and they are hitting a potentiometer that is equivalent to a TL07-4. They're a little bit more advanced. They have some better responses and stuff like that. Then it's getting turned into current, where it goes into a voltage-controlled amplifier or dampener. This controls the level of the audio based on, well, the audio needs to be in current form, so it's drawing current, I guess. I don't know why that's the way it is, but that's the way it is. So I then send the potentiometer signal over to multiple channels that are independent of one another. So my right audio and my left audio can both be turned down at the same time. The unfortunate part about this is that this thing comes in 4s. So I have 4 amplifiers for my 4 initial channels. How do I do volume control? Well, there's a whole family of chips that potentially do volume control, but the ones I'm familiar with are from 10 to 20 years ago. I don't really know what I'm doing there. So what I did is I used another current-controlled amplifier, and that way I don't have to have dual pots. I can have one singular potentiometer. I have to put those potentiometers into op amps just because of the behavior of the chip that I'm using. It's not high Z. It doesn't just sense that voltage on the line. It actually acts like a resistor. So if you put a 10 kilo ohm potentiometer into this thing, that 10 kilo ohms is limiting current so much that the voltage will change when it goes into multiple inputs. This is a weird problem. So I had to buffer those as well. That's 4 more op amps that I need to add to this whole circuit. And since this chip is so old, it only comes in SO size. SO size and QFN are like 2 little steps along the evolution of the smallification of electronics. And so from SO to QFN, you go from something that looks like this chip right here, which in our case looks enormous. It looks absolutely enormous on this tiny little 10mm board, to something that looks like this, a QFN package. So if I could do the job of this thing in here, it might be a good idea. Anyway, the point is I was looking at QFN packages, and this one came up in the sidebar for DigiKey. That thing is a headphone amplifier. And so it's like an op amp, but it's specifically for high quality headphones. And I figured that's kind of what Julian wants out of this thing. And I don't have to worry about blowing up any of my friends' headphones because that thing is built for them. That was my concern. I don't want to blow up expensive studio headphones. So I got a chip that does that for me instead. So as I was going, it was basically, do the plugs fit? Okay, yes, they barely fit. This is the maximum amount of things that I can fit on 100 millimeters. Then the second question was, what does the circuit look like? Oh God, there's so many parts. Can I fit this onto 10 millimeters? And unfortunately, the answer kept being yes. I kept doing renders in 3D using Fusion360, and it kept being okay, barely. Put in the jlcpcb trace widths and stuff and started laying it out with all of the elements that I needed. It turns out these two chips, even though the circuit goes from one to the other, I had to piggyback it because that chip will only fit under a potentiometer. So in the grand scheme of the flow of the circuit, these are the buffers. This is the initial amplification or damper. This is the second damper. This is the buffer and or, output. And then this is the headphone amplifier. So it does kind of, part of this is actually turning it back into voltage. So it turns it back into voltage and then it inverts one of the signals and then all four of those go down to this one. So the flow is interrupted because of the size of everything. I really wish that the V2164 came in a smaller package. It's really kind of detrimental to the design of the rest of the circuit. Ugh. Although it turns out I might be able to fit that. No, never mind. No, there's no way that it'll fit under there. Yeah, it's not going to fit under there. But yeah, anyway, so that's part of the design here. And again, I've been using Fusion360 in order to make renders of the board, so that I can space everything out, make sure it all fits, and look at anything that may be sort of in violation of design principles. For instance, this is interfering with the plug. So what I have to do is install the header, clip out all of the excess of the pins, then solder it flat. And we still don't know if that's totally kosher yet. But what we need to do is actually build this thing. We powered it up because 90% of the parts were on except for the through-hole stuff. The hardware that I'm dedicating to this thing is going to be permanently dedicated to that prototype. I am not going to harvest parts from my own prototype. We need to get a couple of capacitors out of there, and then we need to put all this through-hole stuff in and see how it fits. So let's get to work. But anyway, free copy of Fusion360. The software is awesome. I love being able to render stuff. I love having this sort of simplistic representation of all the stuff on my board. I would like it to be a little bit more like, I don't know, it's a really good piece of 3D rendering software. It would be funny or fun if it populated more in real time. I don't know if they could do that. I certainly know video games that could do that. But anyway, point is, I'm able to jump from 2D to 3D design, and I'm able to go in and alter the schematic with the greatest of ease. There's a bit of a learning curve on the software, but it is fairly straightforward. Swapping gates in order to make sure that my stuff can use the most simplistic trace layout possible. But we got everything in, and it turns out everything is pretty good. The only thing that I would really alter at this point is, and I should have seen this, the white line there is a representation of the physical size of that chip resistor. And since we are so starved for space, it doesn't make much sense for me to have that much of an overrun. I specifically chose these Seed Studio parts. And again, you could just make your own part. You can just put your own pad down and call it a chip and all that stuff. And it'll, as long as you build the part in the parts library and give it a 3D design, it'll do everything else for you. Like it makes the pads for you. It does all kinds of cool stuff. I got these from Seed Studio because I was very annoyed at the SparkFun resistors. The SparkFun resistors from 2009, they had very, very little pad sticking out of the end of the resistor, which was really annoying for personal designs where I'm hand soldering things. This is a little less than a personal design that I'm hand soldering, right? And we're extremely space restricted, and I had a lot of trouble getting this ground plane to be continuous throughout the entire circuit. I would benefit from shortening this pad to about this size here. So that's something that we'll go through and do once we're done testing the current prototype, is shorten these pads down. Maybe even shorten this pad down. That way I can have more of a pervasive ground plane, especially under this headphone amplifier that gets extremely hot. See, like if that were a little bit more restricted, I could potentially sneak ground planes into this area with a bit more ease. And that could alleviate the problem that we're having. Bother, what's the problem we're having? We're having a problem where this thing is overheating. Not overheating, but it's just too hot. It's just too hot. It heats up the whole board. It gets to the, and what I read again after talking to Julian this morning with the dog, I didn't like, it wasn't like a neighborly talk. I was like texting him and the dog was pulling me in every direction. But I actually realized that, well, no, I found a website that Julian linked me to where they were saying that they don't know where they got the information from, but 45 degrees Celsius is about the human pain threshold for heat. So I got to remember that number from now on, 45 degrees C. We want all of our designs to be below that temperature. And this one is demonstrably above it. It's very much above that. So we're going to work on it. I'm looking at this area right now. See, this is why you're not allowed to look at, we had to use the AutoCAD files to build the prototype because I don't know which C's and R's are where, right? Where I put the resistors and capacitors. They are all in logical areas, but using Fusion, we were able to click on the device in the schematic and look at it on the board layout and realize where it's sitting. I'm looking at this right now though, and I'm seeing these weird gaps and stuff. Like I could move this up and then this would be more pervasive. I don't know if that would really gain me. What I'm really trying to do is expand this ground plane around here. In the examples in the data sheet for this chip, they show it on a 4-layer board. Is that a pregnant Bratz? What are you talking about? What? What? I don't know what you're talking about. You're gonna have to help me out with that one. Oh, that over there. Yeah, that's the creepy art for OTT's album Fair Children. It's not I don't like it, but the music is good. Let's get that off of the screen. You've collected all the level 1 emotes. Oh, hi trains. Yeah, that's just the creepy art from an album that I like playing for beginning music. Okay, so anyway, let's get to work. We got a little bit of assembly to do here. I would like to put smaller capacitors in before I actually do any of the through-hole stuff. We got these busted 10K potentiometers that we're putting in, and then we can do all the through-hole stuff as well. So all the way down here at the audio amp, which was possibly one of my favorite parts of the design because everything down here is symmetrical. This audio amplifier is a symmetrical part in kind of a weird chip package. But I don't know, it made a very nice symmetrical design. So I need a capacitor, so let's get a capacitor. We need a smaller capacitor, and I need a 0.1 UF one. The datasheet for this device actually advocates you to have 4 capacitors on this thing, 1 to positive and 1 to negative, and I don't think I did that because it's two channels that are independent, and so the one channel would get a positive and negative, and the other one would get a positive and negative. I don't think I did that. I think I let the negative just go straight in. I don't know to what end. Or no, it's ground on the heat pad, I believe. And then these are the ones the op amps have negative voltage on the pad for some reason. It's not a very good design. So I mean, I could put 3.3 nano in there. Sorry, it's 100 nano. I need to get those low ESR 3.3 microfarad decoupling caps. I want to take a look at that and see if I can get some, put them into my designs, and then I'd have the ultimate decoupling on all of my devices. Because I mean, the test, I'm constantly thinking about this, the test board for this chip uses a couple capacitors. No, these aren't the tantalum. Tantalums are the big guys that I have coming straight in on the V-in. Look at how much capacitance they have on this thing. I don't have space for that. They also use the alternative packaging for the chip, which I would assume is gonna, yeah, there's a bunch of vias to dump the heat. The other strategy for getting rid of the heat is probably gonna be to put as many vias as I can afford in that area of the board. We'll have to see. Let's just finish building this thing. I am gonna give a little bit more clearance to this chip by replacing these 2 capacitors with what is it, lower profile ceramics. And then these are ESD protection. These are actually ESD capacitors. I don't know. I mean, I guess I probably could have put more caps around here, but I mean, power in and negative power in both get a cap. It's like, why would I need 4? I could use this area here to put bigger caps in, but I need this space for heatsink. And then these traces, these traces that go directly across the chip are very limiting for having a nice ground plane. What just happened here? It like soldered itself to the other device. Let's get this nice and smooth. Nice and smoothie. There we go. And get rid of some of the excess in the area. Go. I'll put a little extra solder on that in a minute. The thing about designing in this size is that it's deceptive. You think you're doing great, right? Everything's huge. Totally easy to work on. Is this square? Yeah, this is square. Okay, so it doesn't matter where I don't have a low profile option on this. But you think everything's nice and clear and easy and spaced out and ready to go, and then you get the board in the mail and it's like, this is tiny. This is not human workable. In our case it is, because I'm good at what I do, but it's still kind of jarring how small things are. We have 2 horizontal placements, 2 horizontal panels to work with, and that's, each panel is 5 millimeters. Ish. There's an ish at the end of that. Just got here and I was worried you were pulling parts off because something broke. I said earlier, we do not harvest from prototypes. The prototypes stay fully together. Any new prototype from here on out gets its own hardware. All right, let's get this one out of here. Wait, this one out of here. This is the big one. The big one. So I'm just going to go from end to end and just heat up those pads, whichever one is connected to ground. Probably going to fight a little bit. Well, I think this is going to fight me. This one's going to not be as easy to uproot. So I'll add some solder just to add to the massive heat in this area. Oh, there we go. Yeah, as soon as you add a little bit of solder, it just flies off. That via is very annoying. I should probably not let that via be. That should be tented. I should work on that. You got to wrestle the file a little bit to get it to properly tent over the vias, because it'll automatically add a cutout to certain sizes of things. So you need to make it actually not do that, and then tell it that you want the pad to not have, you want the via to not have a pad. If I did that there, it would be a little bit better insulating. I should have been careful about that. I learned that for the Flexi PCB design, which is going to eventually get here, and then we can do a keyboard day, but that one should work. That one should just work off of the bat. We already know that everything on that board works, because I've had it implemented for quite some time. Careful now. I guess the other strategy to dissipating heat would be to have exposed solder mask. We don't have that much copper here, though. 4-layer PCB would probably be the ideal way to do this. Why is this not? Hold on. That was the angle. Okay, so now the 0.1-ups are in there like that. We're not shorting out down there. No shorts. No shorts. Everybody looks to be in good health. This chip got unreasonably hot, but we're going to now put all the through-hole stuff in. So I'm going to open this up. There's a little bit of horizontal wiggle room for the mono jacks. It probably would have helped if I had built the front panel before we did this, because then I could screw these onto the front panel and not have to deal with them walking around or being in the wrong position. But I guess I'll just be careful when I install them. These are Donkey Kong connectors. These give you a decent amount of distance from the front connector. It's a mono connection. It's a headphone plug, a 1/8 of an inch or 3.5 millimeter audio plug. That clips into this and it breaks contact between the tip and this extra pin here. The extra pin actually allows you to have audio flow through to something like, I don't know, like a speaker, so that if you plug in headphones, it turns off the speaker. They're used in a bunch of different clever ways like that. It has a big old ground lug that has screw threads on it that will hold on your front panel. So your front panel and your circuit board can be mechanically coupled without any stress between them, because the front panel is what's supposed to plug into the front of the Euro rack. Caution though, there is a knockoff Donkey Kong. Some people use them in their designs, and I think it's a bad idea because the knockoff Donkey Kong it doesn't have this shoulder here. It does have a shoulder, but the shoulder is part of the plastic body. And so when you rivet these two together, that rivet is what's holding this mechanically to the front panel. So if you over tighten your bolt, it extrudes this connector through that pin thing and decouples the whole thing, and then your circuit board falls to the ground. Yeah, these are Donkey Kong's lesser known appendages. Yeah, so it's important to get the right Donkey Kong connector, because that'll ensure that you have a sound mechanical design. I've run into the bad one. The bad one you can just screw in with your fingers, and it gets to the point where it extrudes this thing through the back end. So you make sure you get the right ones with that little shoulder. The little shoulder's doing a lot of work. All right, so let's get this thing together. These are squished all up against one another, but we should have a pretty good time of it. And then I have one singular stereo Donkey Kong connector. I ordered one the last time I ordered Thonks. The British fellows who are selling these things, there's obviously a big Chinese part number for these things, and I think GrabCAD has that part number. The 3D models that I got reference it. But Donkey Kong, there's some company that sells them from England. They're relatively cheap coming from there, and you can buy them by the bushel. So that's what I did. I bought an entire bushel of these things, and yeah, it wasn't that expensive. Just gotta wait a minute for them. All right, so the best thing for me to do here is just to solder one lead at a time. I'll just solder in the one lead as an anchor, and then we'll solder them all at once in the vise once I get these things kind of locked in. DK Donkey Kong. Oh, come on. There we go. Gotta make sure they're pressed all the way in, and there's just a tiny bit of solder on the one lead. So these are stereo inputs. And this might be the part that I have other people do. Like if I sell these things, I can say, this is a kit, and if it burns down your house, it's not my fault, because you have to solder these components in yourself. Because I can't afford a legal department. I don't know what else would be required in selling a consumer product. Oh, come on. All I want to do is get just a little tiny dabble of solder on there so that it locks it in place. Can I somehow get my hands? I can do this. Gotta do weird grips on this. Although, you know, relying on people to solder this is probably not a great idea. Even this is a little challenging. Probably people wouldn't be the best at doing this. Oh, I've got my back is cramping up. Need a bacchiotomy. backectomy. Did that even solder? What's going on here? No, these aren't really soldering. I guess what I could do is just stand these up on the desk and solder one lead of them, and then we'll put it in the vise. This should be the easy part. Somehow it is not. Try this. All right, I'm going to lean in. My beautiful long hair is getting in the way. All right, careful now. Come on. Come on, let's get to soldering. Why are you not? No, it's still hot. Just bad contact. Things get a little bit oxidized, and then you have trouble slipping that solder in, getting that thing up to heat. Of course, I'm also getting dog hair smell, burning hair smell during this process because there's dog hair everywhere. All right, now this is the precious stereo one. This one is one of a kind in this shop. Although I'll eventually order a whole sack of these things. It's possible that I need to get it from Thonk, the Thonk website. And they might have the potentiometer that I'm looking for there. They tend to stock the weird stuff. All right, so that's the jacks. Let's get the pots in. Pots are going to be a little bit more challenging because they kind of have to be squished down. I assumed that the leads would be a little bit under the potentiometer when I did it. That's why I'm doing it Thonks first and then the pots, because the pots are going to be basically centered on the Thonks. Oh, what's going on there? That one's not even soldered in. Hold on. So that's why we do this in order of height. Okay. This over here. Solder this one. Working without the microscope and super far away from my face. Stuff. Oh, that one's still moving. Why is it's like I didn't solder them at all. This is a bunch of bullshit. That's what it is. All right. So all the Philadelphians are heading down south, huh? They're all starting to start fights in the airport and stuff. In anticipation of the Super Bowl. Superb Owl. I just watched that episode of What We Do in the Shadows. So the one thing about these is that they might not... My slots are very limited. They're very limited in size. They're supposed to fit exactly the pins and no more, no less, because I desperately needed room to travel up and down the board with traces. So they are extremely minimal. They could be even more minimal. They could be even more minimal. Actually, that's kind of the limit. I really shouldn't go smaller than that. And then I don't want this to be in contact with that pad, so I'm going to bend this way just a little. See, to the point where they are looping back in on themselves. But I think that's okay. So let's get one of them soldered. Oops. And yeah, that'll be that. But this mixer, unfortunately, these are not the right potentiometers. This mixer will eventually... this mixer doesn't really get a front panel because it's going to be used for testing purposes, unfortunately. And I really need to work out how to do the side cutouts for the tabs so that they can sit evenly. Oh, God, come on. Help me a little here. This is tough to do. I need 4 hands to do this stuff. Didn't have time to move the light. I can't see. Where's my studio light? What's going on here? I thought I had nothing but lights. Open up those barn doors. Jeez. Oh yeah, Windows Update. Great time. This is a great time to Windows Update. Snooze. Jeez. Blocking my chat with your little pop-up windows. Hey, guess what? Windows is end of life. You want to update it right now? No, I don't want you to do anything. You're functioning just fine right now. And there's a three-handed technique for soldering. Basically using my appendages. Just soldering one lead from that. All right, let's get the next one. This one's already pushed in. This is my test fit. Yeah, that one fits nicely. So I'm going to push up on it and solder that centerpiece. Whew, chat's a graveyard right now. Everybody's busy doing something, I guess. Everybody's got a busy Friday. We got a snowstorm approaching. We got a Super Bowl happening. Philly's a busy place this week. So not totally sure about my streaming schedule tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how this goes today, too. I wish I had the proper alphas for this. I'm kind of annoyed that I don't. I need to go to the Thonk website and order them. We definitely need a little cutout on the edge of the board for this. It's possible that I could expand this another 0.5 millimeter on either side and then have a little cutout. It wouldn't net me anything in terms of routing traces. It might give me a slightly better ground coverage area, but actually, I think we're already at 10 millimeter. And doing the cutout would be a very bad idea because if I did the cutout, I'd have to move my traces in by 0.5 millimeter on either side. And 0.5 millimeters, an enormous space. It is a just absolutely gigantic area. Why is this not soldering? What is your problem? There we go. Jeez. Get to the point where I'm pleading with my electronics. All right, let's do a little bit of through-hole soldering. Let's get all of these through-hole things soldered in. Oh, the little clips on the edge of the board are going to make it a little weird to clamp in the vise. All right, better views. Bonk. All right, so we are in charge of getting all this stuff soldered in. I got to make sure that it's flush and centered so that it fits in the holes in the front panel eventually. You know, it's possible that I do end up using the prototype permanently. This build is only temporary unless it works, in which case it's permanent. That's a red-green quote. All right, there we go. That was my favorite show as a kid, and I never knew when it was going to be on. It was on like PBS every now and then. It's like a staple for Canadians, but I only saw it very, very select amounts of it. Probably mostly when I was at my grandparents' house in New Hampshire. Oh, see how that's all the way over to one side? That's not good. That probably means that this thing is tilted. It seems okay for now. I guess we'll just leave it alone. This is going to be a little rough around the edges anyway. But, you know, I put my Twitch TV O bother on it. Didn't quite come through over here, but I got to have a little pride in the stuff that I put my name on. Right, up. Yeah, see how that one's like super crooked? Although that is just the ground lug. The ground lug can be twisted a little bit. I think it's okay. Just give the heat and time, right? We want that solder to penetrate all the way down in the via. I want it to go all the way down. I could make these a little tighter, actually. They could be a little bit more narrow. Not by much, but just a little bit. I probably eke just a little bit of space out of that. Although the width of these allows me to adjust them in position, but if I really wanted to have, oh, I think I melted that a little bit. If I really want to have good grounds, reducing the size of these pads is probably going to be one of the best strategies that I have. I'm hoping we don't find a lot of like noise and ringing and what is it, oscillating going on from this thing. Apparently that's something that I need to test for, and I may need a network analyzer in order to do it, but I don't think DIY tools have gotten to this, quite gotten to the network analyzer scope. I don't even know what it, guys, I don't even know what a network analyzer is. What does it do? Don't say analyze networks, because it's clearly it analyzes networks. That's in the name. I know that. But what does it do? Does it do like a frequency sleep and then give me like a thing at the end? Like what the fuck is this thing? I know there's a class of network and frequency analyzers that are of the same like vintage as my oscilloscope, like right there's, it's like part of that series. So you'd have to buy a separate piece of equipment in order to do network analysis. But then after that, I've never really used one. I don't know what it does. Does it do my homework? Like, nobody's here. It's like I'm not broadcasting today. 40 people watching. Only 40? I'm slipping. My numbers are slipping. Everybody's busy this Friday, I guess. I don't have viewers anymore. Nah, it's probably all the big streamers are on. I saw some, some old heads were in here. Some people who I haven't seen in ages and ages. And we're making progress on Burn the Subs. I'm making good on that progress. On that promise for progress. I'm making good on that. I'm getting there. Been doing Node-RED. Node-RED is the jumping off point for automation of Burn the Subs. While I'm talking to you guys, what I'm doing here is just observing the circuit that we put together. I'm looking for stuff that might not be soldered, stuff that's a little sloppy, just any little issues. We did power this up yesterday, so I do know that this thing works. We just don't, well, you can't predict everything, so take a little visual inspection at the end here and figure out what's going on, if there's any issues. There's a snapping noise from my monitor behind me. Apparently that monitor must have some kind of a capacitor issue, because every now and then it makes a physical slapping noise. It goes psh, and part of the screen goes weird. I think it might be static electricity. I think static electricity might exacerbate the problem. I don't know if it's entirely static electricity. Maybe it's just cheap monitor. I don't know why I replaced the monitor I had before. I should have bought a second one of those. I bought a new monitor because I thought I would be doing LAN parties with my friends, but the one friend got into Warhammer 40K and 3D printing and painting Warhammer 40K. And so his social battery has been entirely drained by little spacemen who are constantly mad at everything and fight each other all the time. Okay, we are ready for more comprehensive testing. We have our tester. We have our testees. That's just one. And we have everything mostly assembled. I'm not going to bend the tabs down on these. Maybe I'll just give them a little tweak inwards. Just a little tweak inwards, because there's a lot more that we need to do, and I don't want to short these out to anything. So as long as they're just hugging, that should be okay. 2 HP stereo mixer. 2 channels in, 4 if you're brave. When you unplug a channel, it goes to both. And we'll have to put that to the test. Now here's the thing. We powered this up yesterday, and we have a bit of an excess of heat. If I look at where my stripe mark is, very important to get the stripe right. Put the stripe where the stripe is. I plug this in like that. And then we turn power on. And I unplug this because this uses power parasitically. The voltage regulator, I don't think has a shutdown, or I need to research that so that the power button can actually turn this thing off, because this thing constantly draws. I don't know what this is. I don't know where that came from. What was I doing? That's really beautiful work, regardless of outcome. Oh, bother. Thank you. Thank you, Cosmic Higbo. This was hand-drawn, obviously, with Fusion360 helping me out, because Fusion Eagle, you can draw the traces and have all of the rules of the design in here at the same time. The last thing, of course, you do is do the fill with ground. But before that, what you need to do is rearrange all of your traces so that things are logical and your paths are short. You couldn't quite get away with that on this design because the signal, the swap of functionality, the fact that things are kind of piggybacked, and so I've got these long traces that have to skip over elements of the design. But using curved traces is always fun because it turns out to be more of like an artistic design. Isn't that spot on your hand the spot that was showing up cold on the infrared? I don't know. It should be hot because my body is trying to repair that area. Yeah, see, it's a little bit warmer in that spot. Just a little bit warmer. And then if I had gotten those little cuts right here, it would have been on a major throughway. This is actually my preferred area of getting blood drawn. They're like, oh, but it's going to be slow and it'll leave a scar. I'm like, bitch, I'm covered in scars. What are you talking about? I just don't like them perforating this one. I've got permanent pain, sort of deep ache in my arm from them hitting nerves while doing blood draws. My whole life, it's just blood draw after blood draw. This is not heating up as much as oh, because it's not on. Okay, 3, 2, 1, power. And so upon power, we can observe we can observe the nuclear reaction happening in this part of the board. Is it my right hand? This is my right hand. What are you talking about? That's actually not so bad. But if we let this thing sit, it's going to get hotter and hotter and hotter, depending on the ability to dissipate. Stop shaking. Depending on the ability of this thing to dissipate heat. I have to relay to you guys how small this stuff is. It's hard for me to get that communication across. People see these things on their 2K, 1080p, whatever, the giant monitors, 27-inch monitor, and you look at it and you go, wow, look at that chip. It looks like it's the size of a big through-hole chip. It's not. It's not. My hand is a normal-sized hand. I have very average everything. Everything about me is painfully average, minus the fact that I have diabetes, which I guess makes me a little bit more than average. But whatever. Everything is super painfully average. I have an average-sized hand. So if you hold out your average-sized hand, you could see that this is indeed incredibly small. Needs the world's tiniest heatsink, yeah. Well, I'm glad you asked, because I have some back here. Some of these are from Raspberry Pi. Some of them are from motor controllers for 3D printers. And I'm thinking I could possibly get one of these in here if I really, really need to. But I kind of really don't want... Oh, wow, it doesn't fit. It'll fit like this. But does it fit between the capacitors? No, it doesn't. Okay, so I can't get a heatsink in there. I'd have to get a piece of copper to go on that, and then I could put a heatsink on it. Is there a quick way to explain why that amp is heating up with no load? I don't know. I don't know the physics behind it. There's no load, but it's still doing its job. I don't know why they allowed it to get as hot as this. And I don't know if it's just me or the design of this thing, because it's supposed to have the ability to bleed out a significant portion of the heat. Ow, that hurts. This thing should be way cooler than it's running right now, and it's actually causing the rest of the board to heat up. Eventually that heat is going to bleed all the way down here. And it's going to heat up the inside of people's modular synthesizers. If you're running a lot of analog electronics, that's going to affect things. I don't know about this. It seemed great on the breadboard, but I don't know if I can give it enough copper to calm the hell down and not overheat. Certainly I can put a little dollop of copper on there with a heatsink attached. I could try to find a smaller heatsink. I don't know if I have one. But that would still mean that the amount of heat that this thing is producing needs to dissipate inside of somebody's modular synthesizer. I don't see a ton of current draw, although it is drawing more -12 than I would like it to. I could probably plug it into the other power supply and characterize the current draw a little bit better. I don't think it'll cool off when we give it a signal, but I can give it a signal, and we can observe that signal on the oscilloscope. So let's power the oscilloscope on. I push the power button on the oscilloscope. Let's watch it boot up extremely fast. Here we go, ready to, yeah, there's the logo. Okay, we're ready to go. We're ready to test something. I've powered on the oscilloscope. I'm ready to plug in leads. I want to see that signal. We're going to get right into it. We're right as soon as the power supply, as soon as the oscilloscope powers up, we're going to jump in. We're going to get to testing really fast. What were we going to test? I kind of forget what we were going to test. We're going to jump right in, though. We're going to just power, just instant power up, and your video is not paused. This thing takes a full goddamn minute to power up. It's the only disadvantage that I can find to this Rigol scope. Otherwise, it is a very good scope, but it takes forever to turn on. I don't know why. Now, I don't have a stereo connector. I guess I can take 2 channels. Yeah, all right. I bought an adapter, so we can do the adapter on this to do stereo. So let's see. Let me get some leads. I got to go get my leads so we can do some testing here. We can keep it all in headphone size stuff. Oops. Almost knocked over my light. Did I get 2 or did I just buy one of those things? I thought I bought 2. I think there's another one over here. Hold on. You guys are just missing me wandering around the shop like I have mental problems. Scooch this out. There's an extension cable. Where's my right-left headphone? I think maybe I just bought one. That's RCA. That's useless. RCA, this thing and that thing. All right, I gotta pull it off of the mixer. Pull it off of the mixer. It's over here. Oh no, those are big plugs, not small ones. Oh, here's a small one. All right, so we'll take this adapter. Oh, wait a minute. Mono to stereo. That's not, I wanted the opposite gender on all of those. Damn it. That doesn't help me out at all. I don't think I have an adapter that goes the opposite direction. So we're going to have to do like a weird clippy thingy in order to get it all in. That's annoying. All right, we'll figure it out. So there's some leads. Don't need the JLC box. I need a stereo headphone. Can I make it? I mean, I guess I can build it. Let's go over here while I figure out this adapter problem. Unfortunately, on the engineering side of things, you need to have every single available plug and then some. That is a mini RCA to headphone. That is a regular, oh God, this thing. Got a stereo plug to an XLR. That doesn't help me. Although I probably have some permutation of, yeah, here's mini XLR to female headphone. Nope, none of this is useful. What are here? Let's see. Mono plug to BNC. Those have been the best addition to the shop. Mono plug to BNC is quite useful because that means that I can do mono plugs directly into the oscilloscope. Well, what I need are 2 monos into a stereo. I just don't think I have that. And all of the weird adapters that I have. Let me go look over here, see what I got. This would be a trip to Radio Shack, or in this case, I guess Best Buy might have. They don't really have, maybe Sam Ash, audio store, a music place would have perhaps some of these weird adapters. Radio Shack used to be the place to go for this kind of stuff, but they don't exist no more. Fry's Electronics, if you're down south. They don't exist no more either. Apparently they got killed by the pandemic. And personally, apparently my logo for this stream, because I sat down and I said, Bother, you need to have like a unified logo that'll influence all of your emotes, because that sort of rounds out the design of your channel. It gives your channel personality, and you're not just going to create random ass emotes for whatever you want. You need to have something that's unifying and that you personally came up with and can come up with new emotes on that variation of the theme. Now, we have had outside emotes, the Bother Heart and what was the other one? Oh, the kitty with the knife. The kitty with the knife was Distant Cacophony, and the Bother, what is it? The heart emote, the one where the chip is holding up the emote. That was Short Lurker that did that. So those are some wonderful contributions. But the whole point is that I have sort of this unified like look for the stream. I am finding a lot of adapters here, and I don't know if they're going to be useful or not. like RCA back into stereo, stereo into stereo. I don't know about any of these. None of these are 2 mono plugs into stereo, though. That's another headphone extension. We may just have to clip probe leads onto the ends of these. That's doable. All right, so let's get that out of the way. Oh, and I think I know where there's another one. I think I know one other adapter that we could use too. I'm just going to let this thing on the desk heat up and see if it starts belching smoke. Okay, so there's a bunch of cables and stuff. I'm going to look in here. I want to get back to the RC car. I think this is one of the coolest RC cars ever. I have some skin in the game, though, because it's mostly my design with Fusion360, but I've got these magnetic connectors on the body, so this thing all just magnets together. And this super duper soft rubber that I have would be very useful in this weather, in this snowy, cold weather. The black top is exposed at the moment. That's going to get covered over, I think, tonight, so I won't be able to do any RC car stuff. But I wanted to get a maximum speed with the gyro going, because it stabilizes the little tiny movements. And I probably need to get a haircut. I think I've bridged the gap between awkward and now I've got just like the homeless guy hair going on, which is fine, but it is constantly in my eyes. So it's probably time for me to get like a nice neat haircut. You know, neat and nice looking, something that can really sort of says, hey, this guy participates in society, because I have quite the opposite going on right now. I look like I'd be selling you milk at Venice Beach or something. Hey, man, you want to buy some milk? Get away from me. Whoa, okay, man. Yeah, you just run away. That's fine. More milk for me. Where did that thing go? I had a little stereo headphone jack that I adapted to be pin headers, 3 pin headers. Not centibytes, but, you know, header pins. Did you order tantalum caps, or are you going with 10 volts? These are the 10 volt caps. They seem to be doing okay. They seem to be doing okay. They haven't blown up yet. We'll keep an eye out, but so far it seems okay. I am, of course, reluctant to allow those caps into anything beyond the prototype. I will have to source proper caps for the final thing. There's definitely going to be a couple. No, not buzz cut. Never a buzz cut. I'm not my parents. Disco House Days and I know the pictures that were on the wall at our grandparents' house, where all of the brothers, all of my dad's brothers, have the exact same freaking buzz cut. No, I'm not doing that. I probably have a decently shaped head for going bald, but I actually don't know if I'm going to go bald. I have a wonderful head of hair until I die at the ripe old age of 62, when a robot arm crushes me beneath its robot appendage. I already know how I'm going to die, and it's an industrial robot arm. I'm going to end up getting popular and successful on Twitch. I will then be able to afford the robot arm, and I will buy it without a single second thought in my mind. And I will hook it up, and I'll bolt it to the floor, and then I will hit go for test run, and then it's going to fucking kill me. It's going to grab me and squeeze me like a squeaky toy, and I'll die. I don't think any guys in our family have gone bald. Yeah, I don't think I know of anybody. And then my grandfather on my mother's side also had a full hair of peppery hair throughout his life. We got good hair genes, right? Those are the only genes that I got that are good. Fucking diabetes along with it, but but I have a beautiful head of soft hair. I am not seeing. Oh, there they are. Never mind. I just found it. I found it in the audio bin. I'm balding more than my dad. Oh no. Yeah, I've heard all the complaints in chat about hair. Yeah, it's a genetic lottery, unfortunately. So people go, what do you do to your hair to make it so nice? And I'm like, look, this is not something that you can get advice on. All right, so we're going to plug into stereo for the 2 channels of the scope, just because I don't have a good adapter for this thing. And so I'm going to take these 2 off and coil this up because we don't need it anymore. Could have also done RCA, but I think this will be all right. So we'll do that, and then I'm going to get... This should be cleaner than the other setup, but time makes fools of us all. All right, so plug into stereo here. This thing is hot. Jeez. Plug in here. Now I've got ground and my 2 ends, and I'll get to my 2 ends with some scope probes. What I really should be doing is making my own adapter at this point, like a stereo input with 2 BNCs. Let me see if we can do that. Let's build an adapter. You want to build an adapter, chat with me? I'm hanging on for dear life, popping finasteride, like, I don't know what that is, like candy. Yeah, I wake up in the morning, sometimes with bedhead. I wash my hair with Pantene Pro V once, wash it off once, dry my hair a little bit in a towel, and then comb my hair directly backwards. And that's it. That's all I do. That's all I do. Do I have a better stereo plug than this? Hold on a second. I'm looking for stuff, making sure that we get all the right things. So I want a stereo plug, and then I want 2 mono plugs. The mono plugs I have will probably do fine. The Thonky Kongs we can just throw up onto... We won't throw it onto the breadboard. The breadboard will be holding up the front of this. Let me just make sure I got the right stuff here. Got all the right stuff in all the right places. Yeah, we'll just use wires to do it. Okay, so stereo in front, business in back. So I'll just grab 2 of these. If I had 2 of the knockoffs, they would probably be ideal for this, but we'll just do regular thonks. Oh, and then I need 2 of the bolts. I need bolts for all these things. We'll just use the PCB as a panel for this. And this will be the adapter. It's just going to be a really wonky, quickly built adapter. Very quick, very wonk. Get this thing. And a drill bit in a shuck. Where'd all the... Oh, there they are. There is. And then I probably need a large drill bit. Well, I needed to get wide enough for these plugs, which is much bigger than this, but we'll just do initial holes with that. Drug that prevents further hair loss by blocking 5-hydroxy-testosterone. Only 5 of them? Which is the main cause of balding. Oh, I see. Yeah, I was on external testosterone for a little while. I guess this doesn't have an odd number of holes, so it's got to be offset a little bit. That's generic Rogaine, I see. This is a very dull bit. We need a different bit. We need a much different bit than that one. That one's not cutting anything. I mean, circuit board material is kind of difficult to cut in the first place, but that was doing next to nothing. So what's our final size? Our final size, smaller than that. Actually, this is about the final size. Okay, so there's the final. Do I have like a step drill? I bet you step drill would do better. Step drill, I'm stuck. I made the joke so you don't have to. I've got a couple smaller ones in here. I just need to find the right one. That one starts too big. Use this one. Step drills are mighty. Oh, wait, we might not be able to. The shuck on this thing is huge. That's not going to work. I need a smaller ass on this thing. This one's about right. It's the only one that I have that has a small enough keister. But I think the first size on this one is our final size. It is. Oh, come on. I'll try it. Seems more like this should just go directly in. Nope. So therefore, adapter. That's not going to fit that. Hold for shenanigans. Shenanigans are happening. Let's see. Oh, you know what? Oh no, this doesn't have the right size. This is the thing that my brother gave me. It's an X-Cool screwdriver. How cool is it? It's X-Cool. I don't know why we think the letter X is cool. It seems like the cringiest thing in the world. Hit the button, pops out. Hey, it's a little tiny screwdriver that I'll never ever use, really, to be honest. But the bits are probably still sharp, so we can just grab one of these drill bit thingies and get it into this. But we need the shuck adapter. Oh, it's already in there. So open that up, get the drill in, close that up. It's an okay tool. I don't know. It's not great, but it's all right. Thing on drill mode, yeah. No, we need to step up to the size. It needs better grip on it. Let's start a little smaller. This is going to really dull these bits, isn't it? Really? Useless. Useless crap. This thing's garbage. Utter garbage. Maybe I didn't tighten it down all the way. So one there, and then I'll just go some distance. What the hell? It's slipping. It's not actually gripping the drill bit. This thing is useless. Stupid thing. And this thing is supposed to undo screws too. Come on. Garbage. jlcpcb shipping is not $1.50, it's $10.75 now. That's what I was saying. It's like 20 bucks for the boards. It was like 27 for the boards. Do they have like a special that expired or something? Why give me the drill bit if the drill bit is totally useless? Like, come on, just give me this. Take that, take it over here. Stupid thing. All right, let's do this. Put a real tool behind it. Got an email from JLC that says you got a $20 coupon. That's nice. I don't have that. I'm just using this as like a board to mount stuff to. Really, I need to use the step drill, and the step drill is too big for this system. It's possible that I could use it with the other thing here. This is going in the useless screwdriver drawer with its case. And then can this go wide enough to allow for the step drill? I think it can. Yeah. A little bit of an adapter nightmare. You could probably buy a step drill that's in this size, but I don't have that. That'll do. Oh, China subsidies removed? That's going to catch and violently flip the board. Hopefully it doesn't hurt my hand when it does that. Come on, there it goes. Oh, that wasn't as violent as I thought it would be. I thought it was going to be totally violent. I thought it would be blood shooting out, screaming, just indeterminate screaming. People calling for a higher power. Cats and dogs living together. Yeah, that's what I expected to happen. That poked up against my finger really hard. That's why you got to drill stuff properly, chat. You've got to use a drill press, and you don't want to put your hand on it. You want to clamp down, because when stuff catches, you end up with a spinning sharp thing, or even a spinning dull thing. That's enough to really hurt you. You are the softest thing in the shop. while that is me calling you soft, it's also me hopefully making you aware of the fact that things will injure you first before doing what is sensible. It's still not wide enough. It needs to be a little wider, and if I go to the next size, it's going to be too wide? No, I think it'll be okay. I think it'll be okay at the next size. Actually, what I can do is just use this drill bit. It's probably going to catch really, really easily, but hopefully I'm not over widening this thing. That's way too much drill bit for this amount of tool. There we go. Kind of let it win there so that it could get to a sharper area of the drill. See, and that just kind of like, it bounces off this stuff back here, finishes the cut. I seem to relearn that every day, yeah. Especially if you're working with like sheet metal. There you go, wider holes. Put this all away. Put it away, this needs a charge. Get this over to the charger. I'm not a DeWalt ad. Well, sometimes it feels like I am. Try to tighten up on my cameras. They get loose and things start to fall around. Okay, so that should be the size. Yeah, that'll do. Perfect. Okay. We'll just wire this up to be our little headphone to oscilloscope adapter. I don't know where this thing will end up, but obviously I could make a more compact one if I had multiple mono plugs. I could use the gold ones, all three of the gold ones that I have, but I think this will be okay with the Donkey Kong sticking out of the back. Actually, I think something that Julian wanted me to make. It'd be better if I had another stereo thonk, because then this would be 3 thonks sitting on a circuit board instead of 3 thonks attached at the front to the circuit board. It'd be much easier for me to wire it up on a flat PCB. Oh look, it's about the same. No, they're a little bit different. This thing's a little deeper. But I don't have any of the stereo thonks. I've only got the one, and that's installed in here. What are the thing that I used to tighten it up went away. Actually, this looks like a job for the miniature, what do you call that? Channel lock Nipex. Yeah. I saw people every day carry EDC these things, which is kind of ridiculous. I think you're kind of ridiculous if you do that. These are good at tightening stuff like this because they come to a point at the very tip. So I can actually get in to these the little knurled ends of this thing and actually tighten these annoying rounded bolts down. I have a whole bag of the hex ones. Huge amount of them. I don't know where they went. They're somewhere. They're I think in the little project bin, the sewing bin that has all of them in there. I can tighten these all the way down because there's that little metal shoulder that holds these in place. Very nice. Nice to have. I could sandwich these with another one and then do the soldering on that board. Now I'll just do wires. We'll just do wires point to point. Let me go get 3 little wires and we'll just hook that up. And then we have a little oscilloscope adapter that we can use for stuff like this. 3 wires would be coming from here. These will be like 22 gauge. So they'll be pretty small. They look very avian. There's, I mean, a silver edition, but yeah, these are like the evolution of the puffin, various beak shapes in order to provide specific evolutionary advantages in tasks. Don't need that. Don't need that. These can go in the top drawer. And then 3 wires, 2 grounds, do the wire stripper, get my solder. I'll check my AliExpress hors d'oeuvres, and get some parts coming. I'm nervous they'll be stopped at the border. Oh, jeez. It's getting crazy out there, huh? All right, get a little solder on this. Let's get this out of the way. This thing is, of course, on fire over here. It's actually doing okay. I don't think it's getting any hotter. It does get, unfortunately, too hot, but it's not getting hotter by the second. It's just kind of reached a plateau. Oh, iron's off. Come on. Let me in. All right, just get this soldered like this. I'm going to have all the wires go down and up so that they don't get in the way. That'll make this a little bit longer lasting. Ouch, I hit my finger with the iron. Actually, in the past, what I did is I would bend the leads so that they went downwards towards the end of the plug so that they were out of the way. Damn it, that was still... So you apply solder to these leads and they hold on to the heat. We need to get you to 1,000 subs. Oh, on YouTube. Subs mean totally different things here in Twitch land. Over here, subs means that you've spent $5 on my stream. But I do appreciate if I could get to... Are we above 300? Because that's what my main channel is at. My main channel has 300 subs, and that was the one with the whole Burn the Subs video and everything. It's just I didn't upload beyond that, so it unfortunately is sitting on a rather stagnant channel right now. Cheapest oscilloscope I got for $7 was an Amazon return. It had a multimeter scope, wave generator, all in a portable form factory. 2 ladder functions work, but the scope is dead. ADC chip off the shelf, analog devices knockoff. Bought one off AliExpress for $3. That is a righteous repair. That's awesome. I need tweezers to do this. This is getting too small for me. Is the use case for this daisy chaining them in a Euro rack for mix routing, MIDI channel strips, as it were? The use case for this is if you and your buddy have stereo outputs, you can output your stereo outputs either to somebody's headphones or possibly to another mixer where things will go over to broadcast. I think that's the main use case. I think Julian is being very specific in his needs, but he was unable to find any other version of that straightforward sort of mixing and routing. Oh, there are my tweezers. Right now, we're just letting that thing get hot. I just want to see what the resting state is. All right, come on, stay still. That did not go very well because there's not a lot of solder rolling around these things. Actually, I don't think I tinned it. I tinned the other one, not the wire itself. That made it really sloppy. All right, now this is going to be the hard one. It's the one that has 2 connections to it. Where'd that little scrap of wire go? I think I lost it. All right, so we'll just get another small length of wire. When two things have to share a terminal, they don't like to stay on there. They don't like to solder clean. We need you to testify in support of right to repair. I don't know if I'm ready to testify in like an official capacity. It's a big ask. I do fully support the right to repair. If you want me to make a statement right now, I can absolutely do that. The right to repair is an essential need in the profession and the pursuit of electronics. Our ability to pull something apart and not have super proprietary tools in order to work on it is basically a cornerstone of this entire stream. There's a guy who testifies every year and gets in trouble every year. Why do they get in trouble? I'm having trouble with two wires on one terminal. That's kind of a difficult thing to do. I can certainly speak to the utility of trying to keep people out with security measures. This is a classic example of a security measure. We have invented a Torx bit that has a pin in the middle. A Torx bit that has a pin in the middle. So in order to unscrew this, you have to have a Torx bit with a hole in the middle. But now, you can't get a screwdriver kit that doesn't have Torx bits with a hole in the middle. Not to mention, in the futility of security, it's hard for me to grab these things because they're like embedded in my shop. Where did my, oh, the barn door on the light blocked. So in the futility of security, you have the pin in the middle with the Torx bit, and that actually aids in undoing the entire purpose of the security. This is true in just about any kind of a security setup, whether it be electronic, whether it be physical. But I mean, you can just buy the security bits. But that's a word on the futility of this sort of theatrical security that they put in products. Really, prisoners figured that out? They make me insane. The only purpose for a security Torx, or just Torx in general, on a device, in my mind, is to tell the consumer that they are not supposed to be undoing that screw if they're trying to, for instance, change the battery on the device. If you're trying to change the battery on the device, if all the other screws are security Torx except for the one that holds the battery door in, I think that's good design. I think that's a good design. But if you're trying to repair a device, they really shouldn't need to all be security Torx. That's not really right to repair, though, I don't think. That's just the principles of design. This is going to be really crappy. I'll tell you that right now. I should have twisted those two wires together initially. That would have allowed me to put it together a little bit more cleanly than this, but whatever. My brother was a kid. He made a mixtape, and it said whatever on one side, and on the other side of the tape, it said repertoire. It was whatever backwards. I always think about that when I say whatever about something, because it's either that or I get the Sifil and Ollie United States of whatever stuck in my head. Because this is my United States of whatever. I could have used just wires floating in space. Maybe that would have been the better way to do this. Is just to bridge these with open wires. All I'm trying to do is just get a signal from one end to the other cleanly so that we can plug into it and put it on the O-scope. constantly having to get punished by this stuff. Because this is my United States of whatever. Red and a white. Red is supposed to be for the right-hand channel. White for the left hand. But I don't know which one is R and which one's L on this plug. Tip should be the red wire. I'm guessing that the long lead is ring. Let's, I guess we need to put that to the test. This thing's probably slightly warm headphone jack. It's only a little bit warm. Okay, and then one of these. Slotted screws in general have built-in security measure of being a terrible design. Yeah, the frustration of the slotted screw. Tip. Tip is... Okay, tip is on the left. Let's just check ring. Well, this is a TRRS that I'm looking at right now, so maybe we need to get rid of the TRRS. This is not what I should be using. That was compatible with my headphones, but doesn't work here. So red tip is left. Oh, never mind. That changed. Red tip is right. White tip left. And then, yeah, the ground is the big guy. Okay, good. All right, so now we know. Red right, double R. Red is right. We'll make it go to the right-hand one over here. And then the one that connects is this back one. So I'll just give it a twist. Get some solder in on everybody. Everybody needs a little solder. Just make them nice and comfortable with each other. A good amount of less solder. Nothing a Dremel can't take care of. Yeah, that's the thing about screws in general. There's some scenarios where you don't want to like chew it up in a Dremel, but generally speaking, most screw issues can be solved with just a slight application of Unga Bunga. Ugga Dugga? I think it's Ugga Dugga is what everybody says. Anyway. Just a little bit of that caveman strength. What are your thoughts on imperial versus metric? You think it's time we let it go? Yeah, I think it's way past the time we let metric go, but society in general is not going to kowtow to that sort of thing because they're going to call it communist. Because everything is identity politics now. We can't have advancements in science because science is political for these people, these fucking idiots that are going to keep us in the Stone Age in perpetuity. America should be metric. We are actually metric in the background. People may not know that not only are your drugs originally measured in metric, but all of your weights and standards are still metric. They go back to a metric standard. But these fucking idiots have made everything politics, and so there's no way that they would let those weak namby-pamby commies come in here and tell us that my inches are from England? What does that even mean? I'm not going to use your England measurements of metric. I'm going to use this imperial system because imperials are always strong. And then they're going to make it into a macho thing. It always comes back to being macho, being manly. Fucking assholes. Sorry, Bother is a little fed up with some things right now. Not realizing he's unplugged, Bother launches into a long-winded, scathing political diatribe, the likes of which the world would never hear again. Somehow that triggered the Amazon lady. I thought I went deaf. No, sorry. That was me shifting positions in the stool and accidentally unplugging. My favorite arbitrary measurement is the acre. It's defined as the amount of land an oxen can plow in a straight line before needing to rest. I didn't know that was acre. That's How many acres is that? I want to know how much I need to rest my oxen on the way. That's crazy. Yeah, the problem with these plugs is that the little ends don't really help you align everything. Like there's a lip around the edge there that I have to contest with. So I've got to basically pull this thing into like burning range and hold it super close. There's a right channel. Let's get our left channel. Move this stupid light that's in my way. Oh my God. Never. My patience is running thin. Hold on. I need to. Oh, I know about smoots. Yeah. Smoot, very tiny little measurement. And actually a pinch has an actual measurement to it. A smoot is a non-standard unit of length that's equal to 5 foot 7 inch. Oh, that's the other one. That's like, yeah, Oliver R. Smoot. Smoot and his fraternity brothers created a smoot as part of a pledge activity to measure the length of the Harvard Bridge in Boston. Talk about a way to get immortalized. Yeah, I'm a schmoot. I'm exactly one schmoot, and I'm the only one that is. Why the U.S. train gauge is what it is? No, I don't know. American head processed calculus. It's not really so much calculus as it is just the way things are supposed to be, which is just really reductive. Infantilizing even. But that's how people are. 1.1 smoot tall. How many smoots is that? I need to know when to rest my oxen. You could convert smoots into oxen. How many acres is smoot? It's a good name to have behind that measurement, though. That's a good name. Boy, these things really hold on to heat. I don't know what's inside of these, but as soon as you apply solder to something, it stays completely molten for multiple, like, tens of seconds. Getting a little neuropathy in my left hand that's been acting up lately. Hopefully it goes away like it has in the past. Usually what happens is I'll start to get a little neuropathy in my hands during the winter, and I'll exercise and it'll go away. I haven't been exercising for this one because it's been very less prominent than it used to be, but it's been kind of sneaking back on me. And I think part of it is because of my sleeves, putting a little restriction on the nerves in my arm, but also the inevitability of diabetes means that I'm eventually going to have neuropathy in my limbs. The acting up and the going away with exercise is slightly hopeful. maybe I won't suffer super consequences, but who knows? Who knows what'll happen? Certainly, losing my motor ability to neuropathy would be the monkey's paw result of being so good with electronics, because it requires me to have steady hands sometimes, at least on the level that I do. Of course, I constantly profess that you do not need to have super duper steady hands to work on electronics, so you know, eggs on my face, but still. All right, that one's going to be super sloppy. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. We just have our stereo adapter now. We can have 2 channels coming out of this thing. One of the red wires like way too long and the white wire is way too short. Perfect. So now I can actually plug it to this side. Sent you a stew soup recipe in DMs on Discord. I think you may like. Why specifically me for this soup? I'm a big fan of soups. I had ramen today for lunch because we had a 3-pack of those instant noodles. They're like more instant because they're fresh, so it takes about 20 seconds. Share your soup. Its base is your hopes and dream. What, hope and dreams soup? I really need to get stereo Thonky Kongs because I could have made this adapter just with 3 plugs just sitting on this board. But anyway, we need to test, and we need to test now. I'll place the order for Thonky Kongs later. I'll order something like 20 or 30 of these stereo ones, and then I'll be able to redo this adapter. This soup is not a soup of glory. I worry about you guys sometimes, you know? In the darkest of nights, I lay awake and I think, is my chat going to be okay? Are they really going to be okay? The answer's no, but I think about it. Let me get my BNC adapters. Now that I've put them away, I need to get them back out. Oh, they're right here. You should. We're wired. You're wired. Weird. I made a full pot of it last night in a 4-liter pot, and my family crushed it. Oh, that's always good. We don't have big soup fans here in this building. 2 of us are big soup fans. I like a good soup. I had, who was it? It wasn't Gormonk, actually. I thought it was Gormonk. Gormonk is one of the Robots people from a long time ago. But no, it was somebody on, I think it was the Reddit IRC, not the Diabetes IRC. I think it was a Gun IRC. And this guy had this recipe for soup, and it was awesome. It was a really good soup. It was just like a crock pot thing with a bunch of cans. We gather around you on a regular basis like some weird electronics congregation. Let's not religionize this. We're already battling the whole stipulation of social, what is it called? Parasocial relationships. We don't need to bring religion into this sort of I saw Rabaz doing that the other day. He was saying he's the leader of the cult. I just thought you'd enjoy it. That's why I shared it. It's because I'm diabetic, isn't it? This is fucking racist. This is racist against diabetics. I'm on to you. So right channel is going to be blue. Left channel is going to be yellow. So like that, the Funky Kong connectors do their job, and we just need to plug in stereo. This is tip ring shield, not tip ring shield. But I guess the advantage of this type of connector is that it doesn't matter. Tip and ring are going to be in the same spot as with the stereo connector, so they're all compatible with one another, at least on some level. So we'll still get tip and ring out of that, assuming I wired this up correctly. So if I do this, oh, this unplugged. Aw, I was wanting to see how hot it got, and we plug this into here. Now we should be all fully connected, so that when I put 4 channels from here into here, we can mix it together and it'll be nice and stable. Double check, stripe, good, plug it in. You can see these kind of bump up a little bit there. So I came and I'm finishing things up. What's the adapter board? This is a stereo to 2 mono. I didn't have that. I'm going to rebuild this on just a little tiny circuit board in the future. But what this should allow me to do is take one of the channels from here, plug it into one of the RLs, if I turn it up properly, nothing is happening. Cool. That should be all the way down. This should be all the way up. We should be seeing this on one of the channels. And we're not. Let's make sure that this is an actual signal. That should just work, and it's not. All right, let's double check with the buddy next to it. See something, but this should be loud. I mean, this should be like, well, actually, no, this shouldn't be. This should be a small signal. So let's bring it in. And we got 500 millivolts. It should be 1.7 volt peak. 1.7 volts peak. Why does it keep adjusting the same channel? Hold on. Channel 1. There we go. There we go. Okay, 500 millivolts on the channels. So if I turn this up and down, it's doing nothing. There's a little something there. We got a little troubleshooting that we need to do on this. Another question that I have is whether or not we're actually transmitting it. So let me get an actual stereo to stereo cable, which I just put in the drawer, and I don't see it. I don't see it. Yeah, I haven't been doing soup a lot lately, but I have been doing ramen noodle soup, which is just about the same thing. You just toss a bunch of stuff in there at just the right timing. And I got it so that I was able to perfectly poach an egg in the pot as well as cook all the noodles. But that may not be happening so much anymore as the cost of eggs goes up. Rest in peace, Radio Shack. I know, we desperately needed just a Radio Shack. I just need a Radio Shack. Pho is good. I love pho. There are instant phos that you can get, but I like the whole experience. I like to have the hoisin, or whatever it's not hoisin sauce, is it? There's a particular brand of it too that's the right stuff. It's like that really heavy, sugary hoisin that you would do with the with pho. And I don't mind tripe. So clearly we are not getting the wave out of this. I think those tick marks do look kind of like the right tick marks. No, but our signal doesn't change. And if I were to take one of these signals directly, these are pumping out a lot of waveform. Tripe is like tasty Velcro. The anise flavor is so strong in the pho that I don't really get tripe flavor. Does tripe have flavor, or is it just mass? Because from what I agree with you, it's like silicone rubber and Velcro. I don't find it gross. I don't mind eating it. I know it's edible. I know it's made out of cow. But it seems to be just like nothing. It's just something to carry flavor. Yeah, it's mostly texture. All right, so clearly something is not working about this circuit. All of my beautiful design that went into this, all of the wonderful heat that it's producing. If I go the opposite direction with the knobs, maybe I installed the knobs backwards. That seems like it might be the case. But also, I'm not getting any kind of a signal. If I plug in another channel to this, I don't even know if these are valid. I think the ones in the middle work. Oh, there's our signal. The knobs work in the opposite direction. God damn it. So there's our two mixed channels on right and left, and they both respond to this knob. Ooh, but the very beginning of this knob. And their maximum is about 500 millivolts. So something ain't right. Something ain't right. I need to tune something about this. Turn them way down. Actually, to make it a little bit more apparent what's going on, I'm going to separate them. So move one up, and then move the other one down. And there's my two waveforms going into one set of channels, and so when I adjust it here, it drops off. It drops off pretty sharp. Actually, I get a good amount of adjustment. It's just it stops maybe a quarter turn before, so I'd have to alter that a little bit. And when I turn up the volume, or at least looking at the blue channel, we get to not quite 1.7. Is it going into the negative? It shouldn't be going into the negative coming out of the stereo. Well, I guess that's the way it's designed. I guess it's probably supposed to do that. Although what is our PP? What's our PP value? Somebody read my PP. Everybody look at the PP really quick. Just take a look at it. 1.3. So that is actually not full volume headphones. If I plug a pair of headphones into this, am I going to blow up the headphones at 1.7 volts? This could be tweaked a little hotter. Let me go get a pair of headphones. I'm going to get a pair of headphones that aren't cheap. These are my B&Os. I like these headphones. Oh wait, where are they? They're over here. I like these headphones, and I'd very much like to not blow them up, especially with an overcooked C note that this thing is producing. So I'm going to unplug my beautiful headphones from this. These are my monitor headphones for listening to my stream. And I'm going to plug them into this, turning it all the way down. All the way down. Unplug. Now this is a test for me. You guys will not be able to hear this. I could plug it into the speakers, but I would like to get a reasonable audio test out of this thing. So I will tell you what I hear on the left and the right channel. As of right now, I hear nothing. I hear nothing. So I'm going to turn it up. Ooh, there it is. I can hear it. Right and left. It gets loud. You guys could probably hear that coming out of the headphones, but it's not breaking the headphones, which is the important part. I can't believe the knobs are backwards. That's going to be a huge redo. I don't know how I can correct that. I need to redo the circuit board in order to get it to turn up properly. That's fucked up. Damn it. How am I going to be able to do that? And that probably means that my resistors are in the wrong spots, which is why we're not getting a full 1.7 volts. If you could build in a true bypass button, it would be very cool for audio nerds. I don't know what that would involve. The control is definitely not linear. It feels very exponential, just naturally exponential. And then I can involve more channels in this. We can see the effect of that. I'll show you that in just a second. I don't know if all these channels are active. We'll find out. All right, and take this off. That is very annoying noise. So there's our 2 RL there. I can turn that down and turn this up. Okay, there's nothing on these channels. That one has a wave. Turn that down. This one does not. Maybe these potentiometers work in the opposite direction and I'm actually okay and everything is just fine. And if I buy the right ones, it'll work properly. Maybe that's the case. I really hope it is. Yeah, there aren't reliable signals on these. Come on, give me a signal. Something might be broken there. Let's swap them. Oh yeah, something's broken here. This still works? Yeah. And that's it, routing it to both. So both right and left are now at full, is that 1.5? 1.3-ish? Yeah, okay. 1.3, so we get, it balances when you don't plug in a left channel. But this one is broken. Right now, they're at a pretty low frequency. They're at a, just about there. I can change the frequency later. Right now, my test rig is only capable of doing one frequency. I built this kind of in a rush. Pass me the keys to my truck. Okay, so the second channel, these three down here, are not functioning properly. We need to get to the bottom of that and figure out what exactly is broken here. Maybe it's something that's not soldered properly. Maybe it's a pin on the microcontroller, or a pin, there's no microcontroller. Maybe there's a pin on the op amp. I don't know about the heat. The heat seems to be pretty steady, and we've had something plugged in, and we have had audio running through part of it at least for quite some time now, and it doesn't, I don't know if it'll get less toasty if we give it a signal. That would be bad. You know, that's not something that you want in a system like this. Is, oh, when I give it a signal, it stops breaking. You don't want that. People will leave these in their racks unplugged for indeterminate amounts of time. Undeterminate, not determinate amounts, terminal amounts of terminal time. It's turbo time. All right, so let's take a look at the left channel stuff, or the channel 2 stuff, and see what's going on with it, and see if we can't run a couple like beads of solder on stuff maybe. And I probably should use a different color for this one. These are all a little bit too homogeneous in color. Homogeneous. There we go. Now I can see which channel's which more easily. Mostly working. It's a win. There's still some stuff. I expected it to work perfectly and for the knobs to go in the direction that I thought they would. I am hoping that there is a difference between the alphas and the whatever the hell I used here. The omegas. We'll test that first. Let me just get all this crap out of the way. What I need to do is have like a test hookup for this thing so that I can plug in like probes on the ends. Get all this audio nonsense out of my way because we're going to solder some stuff. Can we use this short one? Does that actually work? I don't know. We didn't test it really. I'm glad that it worked with the headphones too, and it doesn't get super loud in my, professional headphones. It gets to 1.3. That can be tweaked a little bit. We can put in a different resistor in a spot. For the final one, we can put that down to the test. But for now, I think it's pretty okay. Hey, what's up, Pyro? Are you going to ban everybody? Please just ban everyone. Just ban them all. They earned it. They earned it. It's still getting pretty hot. It's not really like burn you hot, and it does actually just dissipate all the heat very quickly. That's 72 months. Holy crap. On a 72-month streak, that is very regular of you. I can set my watch to these people who are subbing to me. It's amazing. Thank you, Pyro. Thank you for the sub and the continued dedication to my stupid channel. Slash ban everyone. User everyone keeps getting banned. They're very frustrated with Twitch. Why does the left channel not work? Let's go ahead and take a look at where the stuff is. And again, this is why we're doing a hashtag AutoCAD ad, is because in troubleshooting, I can utilize this stuff right here in order to figure out where I am. And it's these two that we are taking a look at. So the first stop is these two devices right here. And I can just highlight them backwards like that, get all this stuff, and see where it is on the PCB. So we are here. And we're looking at well, what's going to be, when we flip the board, it's going to be the left-hand side of that chip. Now, I could hook everything up and then poke probes into this to see what's going on. That'll maybe be the next step. Right now, we only just finished building this thing. So it may stand a reason that there are tiny little shorts on the pins or something isn't getting properly connected over here. This isn't the right one. It's, oh, we're over here. Sorry, I had it all flipped. Everything is flipped. Everything is wrong. So it's this one here, and it is this and this. The 3 9s are the 2 channels coming in. It's, hold on. Well, no, tiny heat. I mean, some of the 2 HP modules, like here, 2 HP module. I did a little bit of research just kind of looking at these things. And some of them have heat sinks on the back. Although 2HP, the company, I hate that they took that because 2HP is two horizontal panels. Two horizontal panels. They would probably have put this to a much larger circuit board, and then that could have dissipated all the heat. The challenge with my own personal creation of this thing is that I wanted it to fit within the size form factor, and I wanted it to be on a single two-sided PCB, which is very limiting. And so looking at some of the other boards, and I guess I don't see them here, I saw some units that have heat sinks on them. The only problem is if I put a little heat sink on it, it's going to be incredibly flimsy and it will inevitably break off. So I don't think I need a heat sink. It seems to be functioning perfectly fine without it. All right, there we go. Got that in the vise. So using Fusion360, I am able to highlight the area that I've highlighted on the schematic, and we can run through the paces and see if there's anything that looks flimsy. It is passing through a lot of different devices, so getting audio out of this thing is a miracle. So remember that this is flipped, so we're actually looking at this over here. And so our channels are coming in right and left, top and bottom. And these are the pins responsible for it. Those look okay. I don't see any reason to believe that any of this is shorting out. That looks pretty good. I'll go over a little bit of the solder. Is that soldered? That wouldn't affect overall output. You had some pretty tight vias and under-chip vias that may have been naughty. Yeah, my fear, and I did keep an open area under the headphone plug, but my fear is that you could like plug in the headphone and it would end up shorting things out. I don't think that's the case though. Things look okay. And it's strange that both of the channels are out. Both of them don't work. That would indicate to me that maybe the potentiometer has some kind of an issue. So maybe we should look at the potentiometer. Let's look at the potentiometer input for the second channel. So that's going to be 1/3 down the board, but I can actually take, I think that's this, highlight it, and go over to the PCB. Yeah, so that's the pad. That's where it's getting negative from. It's getting positive from. Why is it highlighting all of them? Coming from here, R4, V minus, V plus, going up, across, and to these two on the left-hand side of the chip. Right near my muffin. The two on the left-hand side look completely inconspicuous. The leads, there's a little bit of a mess around some of the ones on the right, but the ones on the left look perfectly fine. Oh, where our capacitor? What happened to that cap? Hello? Is this thing on? Is this working? Why is there no cap there? What's going on? Let's get this capacitor on there. Let's add one. That wouldn't stop this thing from working. And to be fair, like I thought I soldered a cap on there. I think it's the curse of the muffin. Curse of the muffin drawing. City Skyline Traffic Management. It's Satisfactory and Factorio. Satisfactory kind of scratched that itch in a big way. If you love factory games, like Factorio, like Satisfactory, and if your love of the game revolves around functional, like things that need to be connected together, non-interfering, and having the right throughputs on it, then you would be extremely skillful at building circuit boards. Probably have fun doing it. What? Moving the caps in a new design. Now you can make room for a heat block. I don't want to have a heat block because it's going to be incredibly flimsy if it has one. I got to stand this cap up and grip it from the side. I don't know how to... I could do that with the rounded leads because they have solder on them. Just grab it. Yeah, maybe that'll work. There we go. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a Rev 2 of this. I'm going to make the pads a little bit tighter for all of the components. I can't get in there because of that tab. Damn it. I'll tighten up all the pads and then... shit, I gotta put it down. Tighten up all the pads. Then I can... Sorry, hold on. I'm thinking and talking at the same time. Hopefully have better ground coverage, and that'll allow for more heat to be dissipated throughout the board because these smaller pads will allow more ground to get around. We're not there yet, though. We need to find absolutely everything wrong with this. And it's also possible that I need to do a complete redesign so that the knobs function properly. We need to actually, just the tip? Nah, you get the whole thing. Let's see here, hold on. Just needs to slide over a little bit. That works. It's sloppy. It doesn't matter that it's sloppy. This is a prototype. It's supposed to be a little bit rough around the edges because it is the first. I could have sworn I put this part in. I must have forgotten yesterday. Okay, there we go. So now that's fully decoupled. I don't think that's really going to repair the problem that we had. The problem that we had is that channel 2 is not functioning at all. I think it's probably the amplifier itself not getting any kind of a signal. So it looks like everything over here related to that op amp, the initial buffer that it has for the potentiometer, totally fine. We can take a look at the potentiometer itself. The leads of it, I believe, are this one right here. Those look fine. It doesn't look like anything's sort of like shorting out. Check the resistor. What's up, Deano? How you doing? Resistor looks good. I have a feeling that these potentiometers are working kind of in the opposite direction that the other ones are. This is a 2 HP, a 2 horizontal position mixer for Euro rack. It is 2 sets of mono channels being mixed into a stereo channel. We are just now getting the whole thing together, getting it powered, and giving it an actual, what do you call it, signal. And one of our signals is not really doing anything. One of our channels, one of our stereo channels, isn't really doing anything on either end. So what could be the fault here? Looks like everything's pretty well soldered on this, on the SO part, on the V2164. Control channels are the ones out here, I believe. Or no, it goes output, control, input. These would be the channels where something may have gone wrong. And we can observe these with a device powered later on. I'm looking for any sort of glaring soldering issue to get in the way of functionality. Things come out of it here. This is a set of op amps doing the output, and these are the set of op amps doing inversion. So these create the output waves, these invert them, and then all 4 go all the way down to here where they go into the 2 stereo channels. Now we know that this stuff works because we get 2 stereo channels. We just don't get the mix of our second set of stereo channels in there. So we know this stuff works. We know this stuff all works. It's here that the problem is. Somewhere in our 4 channels coming in, the 2 channels of stereo are not getting to where they need to be. The culprits, voltage levels and the control inputs, possibly the buffer of both control inputs, because this is where both of them are coming in. You know, this is where we make the voltage level that dictates how this thing turns the volume up and down. If we only got one of the stereo channels, then we would know that that's not, you know, the problem, but it seems like that may be the issue. So we have to check the potentiometer. We have to check to see the voltage level and whether or not this isn't, no, that's not going to be it. Make sure that everything's all right. Wouldn't it be funny if JLC failed to manufacture a basic VIA properly? No, it really wouldn't. That wouldn't be funny because we'd find out eventually and it would be a big waste of everybody's time. Yeah, okay. Nothing looks totally and completely out of place except for my lack of decoupling on the negative side of this thing. All of the rest of this, they're all the right values. The weird value resistor didn't sneak in. They all seem to have enough solder on them to properly transmit. The other thing that I can do is poke in the oscilloscope and check in on some of these lines to see that they're at the right voltages. So that'll be indicative of any kind of a further problem with this. So let us keep this in the clamp the way that it is, and I'm going to plug power into it, and then we will poke it with a probe. So let me get a probe out. I should put the other PCBs aside. I should put these in a safe spot. What about the solder mask? What's the problem? That's a muffin. That's just a picture of a muffin. That's your own dirty mind saying it's anything but. All right, so let's see. I would like to have the scope up here. There he is. And then we can plug that into a channel. And let's see, I'll need a ground. So I'm actually just going to plug one of my mono cables. I'm going to plug that into, well, we can plug the output in, I guess. It's going to make it harder to put on the vise, but. So that'll just automatically ground all my probes. And then the signal itself. Whoop, up, 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 up. Stripe is here. Turn it around. The diodes would have helped me with that, but you got to make sure your stripe goes to stripe. Stripe to stripe. Powered up, in my lane, thriving. This thing generating a shitload of heat. That headphone amp is very, very warm indeed. It seems to do a good job. I mean, I just listened to like one waveform. I didn't have like a like audio running through it. Eventually I'll put Never Gonna Give You Up on something and blast it into the input. But what we can do is observe the voltage level for the potentiometer. I guess I gotta get it out of the vise for this, so we might as well just go to the spring arm view. Bring you back up a little bit here. How's that doing? Weird frame rate on the spring arm is making it so that it shakes a lot. Okay, so what I'm looking at is this knob here. So in the center, what voltage levels do we have? Oh, I need to turn on channel 3. Channel 3, centered, and probably bring in the volts a little bit here. Because it's +3 to -600 millivolts. So there's our range. And let's see here. I think these pots work a little differently than the other ones. All right, hold on. Let's check a channel that we know works. This one works. Yeah, so there it goes down to, probably not going to go to negative. Oh, it almost goes to -3. And it goes up to, yeah, it doesn't quite get as negative as we want it to, or as positive as we want it to. We want it to be at +300 millivolts. And we don't have measurements on that channel, but it is in the negatives. So that is working properly. It's the knob moves in the opposite direction that it should, even though I was very careful about that. Whoa, that one is way out there. Why does this one go so far into the negative? What the hell? Doesn't make any sense. This should go to -3 volts. It shouldn't be able to go further than that. Did I get the resistors wrong? That's going to be tough to check. Yeah, that one's negative power. Oops, I'm creating interference. Dog of Wisdom. I don't know that. I don't know that reference. Never heard of it. All right, let's turn the knob. It's hard to turn the knobs with the probe on here. It seems to go way more negative than it should. So the output from that one is the one on the left. Might be here. No, is it here? Looks like feedback. Where's the output of that potentiometer that we're looking at? Let's look at the voltage level on this right here. I just want to see RL2. All right, so that one is from the left side, and it goes all the way down to the left side of U3. See if we can pick up on it there. Oops, yeah, sorry, wrong. We're doing this view because I have to hold this thing all weird. That there is RL2. Funny because it originates from right next to it. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. All right. So then that goes up to the left-hand resistor on the inside. That's here. I don't see anything coming out of that. And then it comes from the other side of that resistor, where this is going. No, it's not moving at all. Okay. So if I hook right up to the pin, it's acting all funky. It goes all over the place for some reason. All right, let's move in on that and take a look at the surround. Wow, look at all the heat. Look at all this heat. This thing hurts to touch. Not that bad, actually. It's actually doing. It seems to me like it's a little bit cooler when it's actually running a signal. I don't really know what to make of that. All right, let's get the scope out of the way here because I can't totally probe all this stuff while it's hooked up. So our signal is originating way up here. Signal originates on the left side here. So this is where our signal is. It's right in this thing right here. And it comes from here. Wait, no, that's this one. It is on this side. Do I have this thing? Wait, do I not have this thing flipped over properly? Oh, all the R's and the C's are the correct orientation. Yeah, this is flipped. So okay, so this is where our signal originates. So this one's perfectly fine. This is the one that's a little wonky. Why is it wonky? Good solder, good solder. Decent solder, decent solder. Looks okay, looks okay, looks okay. And then this one isn't involved. So, and we know this one works too because we have volume control. So this would be the one that's acting funky. Yeah, those look okay. So that then goes down to the right-hand side here. That's not shorting out to there. The solder looks good. Looks okay. Lacking a little solder right there, but I don't think that's really an issue. And both channels are out. Yeah, there's a lot of flux. We just did a bunch of soldering on it, so it's going to be a little nasty. That's okay. That helps us solder later on. I don't know why this is not working. Let's take a look at the potentiometers resistors. So that's channel 1. This is channel 2. They look okay. Look fine. Why are you failing? Could it be the potentiometer itself? I mean, we were seeing a difference in levels. Of course, if by the way, if this is totally fine, like if this is the same way that the other alphas are, I'm going to have to flip positive and negative to the other side of the board in order to get this thing to properly do its thing. That's going to be very, very bad. What can't you see in the flux? I mean, everything, I can still see everything. It's fine. So for some reason, our one channel on this thing just doesn't want to function. And I don't really see any excuses to why. I'm not really getting a signal that I can trace through, but since both channels have failed, I'm guessing it's one of the things that affects both channels. Like for instance, this right here looks mechanically sound. The swing of voltages, though, is kind of funky from that. What do we have over here? We have a 393 and a 393, a 393. 303, 303, 303. I really have no reason to believe that anything is going wrong with this except for the fact that it doesn't work. Swap pots and switches. Oh God, no. No, it'd be so hard to rework. Just make sure that that's all connected. And those are fine. They're not shorting out anywhere. Posts of that are plastic. Everybody else seems to be functioning just fine. Oh, I'm not going to do all that. That's a lot of stuff to swap. Hold on. That's too much stuff to swap. Unfortunately, high volume is to the left instead of to the right. That's so annoying. Did I counter that? Did I, like, I want that jack to be facing upwards, and I made sure to do that properly. Oh, or did I? Uh-oh. No, okay, yeah. So the notch faces upwards. I think my positive and negative may need to be swapped. Oh man, that's going to be a major fix. That's gonna comprehensively affect the design of the board. This board is so tightly grouped that something like flipping the positive and negative on the potentiometers is enough to throw things into chaos. I may have to reroute a lot of stuff in order to fix that. We got to make sure that this pot operates the same as this pot, because it might not. It might not. The wiper representation could be a little bit different. But I mean, if you turn the pot to the left, of course the low resistance is going to be to the left. Turn it to the right, of course the low resistance is going to be to the right. Unmanufacturable? In a way. In a way. All right, let's see here. Voltage levels. And then on the output of the pot, going over to this piece. Oh, whoops, they're down here. really need to like hold on to the board while working on it. Can you do that without shorting anybody out? I should have pretty good edge clearance on this, so this can hold on to it here. Come up here. Okay, and then I put my probe right here. That flexes the whole board. This is going into the input. It starts way too high and it goes way too low. What in the world? Whereas its buddy over here, channel 1, goes from there to there. So this one is way out of spec. Going from there well into the low. So what the... Why would it be offset like that? That would be the plus and minuses messing with the pots. They're not reverse pots. They function in a particular way. So the voltages are swapped on channel 2, or rather the range that it's getting seems like it's not being affected by the negative. Let's double check channel 2 and its negative connections. So if we're looking at the front of the board, it's going to look like this. And the one on the left is plus and the one on the right is minus. Which, by the way, that, okay, if I turn the pot to the most right-hand side, then there should be a lower resistance. Like, okay, I turn it all the way left. There should be the least resistance going to the left, which means that it's going to be more positive, which means that I'm at the more positive integer that gets flipped, and so I'm at low volume. That's what I was working on. But for some reason, it's backwards. So V plus is going into the top of this R4. V plus into the top of this R4, and then V minus going into the bottom of it over on the right. So on the right, goes over to the bottom. That is looking at the top of the board. So the one that's on this side here is the one that goes negative. So if I go in like this, no. I go in like this, and I plug power in. Stripe, always check. Stripe to stripe, and I check on this side, and I check the top of this side. That should be 12 volts. Instead, it is some kind of a wibbling, waving, arm flailing tube man. Wait a sec, why didn't these things click when I plugged this thing in? Power? Huh? Turn it off, turn it on. Okay, now we're getting power. That's heating up. Okay, good. Okay, so there's our power, and so I'm going for the top here. And that should be negative. Yeah, the needle dropped all the way down to the negatives. That's off the charts. So if I turn the volume all the way down, it's way, way positive. Turn it all the way to the right. This is starting at a very, very large negative offset, which means the positive might not be getting through. So this should be at our starting point. Oop, let me disconnect myself from this. There, and I go over here and we've got positive 12, which is off the charts. Yeah, I checked the bias resistors a minute ago, and so the bias resistors are all the same value. That's not to be whether or not this thing is broken. Did I put a different like value of potentiometer on this? I thought it was a 303. Maybe that's what's going on. We need to get the potentiometer off. Best way to do that is probably going to be to use a big soldering iron and hit all 3 leads at the same time and then pull the thing out physically. Where is it? It's right here. These 3 leads. Anything going on with the leads? They look fine. Can we see the value of the pot? I can measure it. I can measure it in place so that we can see that it's 10K. You guys got to give me time. I know what I'm doing. Where is it again? It's right there. It's right there. It's right there. It was there all along. The problem is this doesn't fit in the vise very well because of the tabs on the potentiometers. So that's why things are kind of like loosey-goosey, kind of sliding all over the place. You gotta live in the chaos a little bit. I mean, 8.4, it's not quite 10, but it is close enough. Seems to me like everything is working perfectly, except that it's not. You got excited that I'm in the kitchen, that I'm cooking. It's okay. I understand. And engagement is nice. Nice to have you guys here. No, it's just as long as they don't try to do what what's his face occasionally does to me, and I gotta like smack him down to get him to stop. They're trying to like remote pilot the streamer. As long as we're not doing that, I'm fine. So why then would this fail? Master Bruce, why we fail? Why we fail? Why Master Bruce? I don't fucking know. Are we losing ground continuity somewhere on the board? This makes it through, so I'm always concerned with that we don't have ground continuity to everything that needs ground. What's up, silly? That's a weird set of emotes. The thing is, we have to have ground continuity because we have signal continuity from the start to the finish on channel 1. Channel 2 is where we don't have necessarily signal integrity through the whole board. We can do a test. I guess I can just test to see ohms to ground. And I can test it at the various chips. But like, I think we get signal everywhere. I was pretty sure to check everything, but let's see. I need just regular old, I need my ground lug set up, which would be one of the probe wires that are typically floating around. I don't see it. Well, I guess I could just poke in on ground. I can set it up like this. Actually, don't know where ground is on this. Nah, that's not very... I would need the microscope to do that. So the thing is, when the channels come in, I have right, left, and then right, left. And the 2 rights and the 2 lefts get mixed together. Right now, what we have is right, left going into the output. So everything about that chain works. Right, left over here doesn't work. And the reason behind that is because that second set of right, left rights are left to right themselves. No, that second set is going into the mixer chip as independent channels, and it gets the same voltage signal to tell it how loud it's supposed to be. It's not getting the right signal, and so it's damping it completely out because the signal goes way into the negative. So I don't understand why it's not outputting at full volume. But either way, the culprit is known. Something weird is going on here. The voltage level starts too low and it moves itself down from there. Is there something that's too close and or shorting to the negative rail? So if I just highlight V minus, like that. Here's all of our negative traces. That one coming out of there, going into that on the bottom layer. On the top layer, it comes over here, it does a little jaunty jaunt. Comes down here, jumps layers, goes over to... The running power on this board was fairly difficult. Seems like its midpoint is 0. Yeah, that's the way. Well, no, when it's pinned all the way to one side, it's apparently... It's all the way in one direction. It seems to be at 0, which is a little odd. I don't think this is like a misprint of the board or anything like that. I think it's just the it's something in the solder. This is a spectacularly difficult little board for not being fundamentally complex. It's a very simple idea that requires quite a bit of engineering in order to execute, and probably why Julian was unable to find anything that did his specific task. We hear a flop sound and some spark as Obada scratches his behind. I'm doing a lot of ass scratching to figure out what the hell's going on here. Oh, that's on the top layer. Right. Okay, that's fine. That's okay. I was like, why isn't there a via there? Other than that, everybody down here is functioning just fine. V negative comes up and along here. I didn't realize that I could do this. Hold on a second. I can actually highlight ground and see if there's any breaks in ground. Just highlight that and then go over here. Oh, no, never mind. It doesn't quite do that. It doesn't quite do that for me. That's too bad. I wish it could actually highlight and propagate around all of the grounds so that I could see that everything has continuity. Continuity. It would be a pretty big flub if ground didn't make it to half of the board, but I don't think that's the case. I think everybody's getting ground. I do not know. I do not know what the problem is here. Because the solder on all of the components related to the potentiometer are fine. Is fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's all there. It's all soldered. All the connections are made. Why would it be offset to the... I guess it's offset in the minus direction, which is kind of the way it's supposed to be. It's kind of the way it's supposed to be. It's just that maybe the resistor value is not quite what it should be. But then when it doesn't go to ground. It goes all the way to like 3 volts, and then it adjusts not into the negative. Well, no, it starts negative and goes very negative. So it feels like there's no positive resistor on it. So where might that be going wrong? I mean, I guess it would go wrong right here, right where this positive voltage gets to this resistor. Is it a bad resistor? So far, this thing's been working just fine. It's just this one channel is a little bit messed up. Oh, wait a sec. Look at that resistor. It sort of looks like that resistor might be missing its contact on this side. But not really. It kind of looks like that. Perhaps. Let me get the light in here a little closer so I can actually see what I'm doing. I need a way to get rid of the shadows on this camera. But I really don't want to put a ring light on the top of the camera. For all intents and purposes, that looks fine. The other side a little bit, maybe. I'm curious to see what Degen put in that soup recipe. I share it with you guys if I like it. Yeah, they seem totally fine. This would be another time for me to advocate building the circuit bit by bit, like only populating certain parts so that you can narrow down any sort of a problem that's happening. But I don't really see any issues with this so far. I don't really understand. I need to do a little soul searching on this thing. Having you guys along for the ride is tough too, because it really puts a strain on. I got to explain everything that I'm doing. I can't just jump around and test a bunch of stuff at once. But in terms of like the logic, the troubleshooting logic that we go through on this thing, we're doing pretty good. I give that to this channel. I put the output on here. Oh, and I turn the scope back on for you guys. And then I turn it up. So actually, if I flip it this way, now the knobs work in the right direction. There's down and up. So turn that one down, turn this one up. Turn it down, turn it up. Turn the output all the way up. Down, up. But if I plug in this channel, oh, and then turn it up. What? Oh, my waveform generator didn't turn on. There we go. All right, now we have waveforms coming out, supposedly. Huh? Did the whole thing just shit the bed? What's going on here? These are the known working channels. Now nothing works. Okay. Making progress here, everybody. Wonderful, glorious progress. Part of it could actually be that my signal generator sucks, even though I tuned it. Stop sucking at everything. God. Okay, there we go. There's that one. Plug that in. Now we get a different waveform on there. That's just because of the mixing that these two do. So we've got kind of a generally okay signal coming in here. Volume knob works just fine. The mix knob works just fine, albeit a little sensitive. Take one of our channels, our square wave, put that into the second one. That should be a triangle mixed with a square. It's not. Turn the volume way up, turn the volume way down. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Put this into the other channel. Same effect. Puts it on both. But again, nothing coming out. Both of these, given something, nothing. Wiggle the knob, push on the knob, pull on the knob. Any of a variety of knob-like activity that I could be giving it. And nothing is giving us any kind of an output. Because something is fucked. Looks like there's a little intrinsic high-frequency noise on there that I might be able to filter out with some capacitors or something. All of my noise is getting into it. Okay, so it still has to do with that potentiometer. Maybe we remove the potentiometer, check all the connections in there. So I'll get the big iron, the big wide iron, and you can see, by the way, how quickly this thing disperses heat. It does get hot. I mean, this chip gets really hot, but all that heat leaks out fairly quickly. So maybe if I cinch up all the pads so that they're a little bit smaller, we'll get the proper amount of heat dissipation on this thing, and I can still use the headphone amplifier. Is it a general whining noise? No, that's just me. what's going on right now is that these two channels work perfectly fine. They stay independent from start to finish, and they get into the final mix where the volume control in the final mix works perfectly fine. One thing that's happening though is that these potentiometers are backwards. These ones anyway. I don't know if these, the actual alphas that I want to use are going to be working in the same direction. It's an unfortunate failure of my ability to reconcile things like that, where this should be low volume and then turned all the way to the right should be high volume. It turned out that all the way to the left, I guess, is lower resistance on the right side for these. I don't know if that's the case or not. If it's going to be a big edit for me to flip the positives and the negatives. But the point is, the second set of inputs is doing nothing. And so that's very simple operation of this thing. Voltage level out of the potentiometer goes into a buffer amplifier, and the voltage level there then goes into the volume control, the amplitude control. And so if both channels are dead and there's no control over it, it only points to one section of the entire circuit. So it's from here to that chip, and since the other two channels work, I have a feeling that the chip works itself. It's just something, either the connection to the buffer amp or the pot itself, or any, just that whole part of the circuit. I will gladly make them go to 12 if it would work for me right now. So this here, just every single piece of this right here is what we need to check. Except maybe the positive thing. We can just do this. We can just check the inner stuff there. That stuff right there. So that brings us to these parts of the PCB. Now right now, the parts at the bottom of the board are backwards. So we're looking straight down into the board from above. So it's as if I was holding this thing in front of me with the knobs facing me. How much of this does it highlight? Yeah, so it's there to there to there. Not a lot of stuff here. Not a lot of stuff here to go wrong. V plus is on the left because I was under the impression that you turn the knob to the left, and then the lowest resistance is towards the V plus, which gives you a more positive signal. In our case, it gives us a pretty negative signal, and when we go to the right, it gets even more negative. So that indicates to me that something is either wrong with this resistor or the potentiometer. I don't think it's a problem with the bias over here, with the amplifier, because we looked at all the traces and stuff, and everything looks good. Unless there's a micro break in one of the traces. Let's get the pot out of there and just see if it's anything weird. And then I also need to check these potentiometers against one of the other ones, the Alps, to see if they operate under the same principle, which I don't see why they wouldn't. I don't see why they wouldn't run in the same directions, in which case I need to flip my positive and negatives, and it's going to totally... This board is so tight that doing that is going to just rock the design. It's going to turn it on its head. I don't know if I'll recover from that one. How annoying. They don't sell reverse direction potentiometers. I don't think they do. So I'm going to move these little booties out of the way. And then try to get the 3 of these at the same time. Can I get them with this giant iron tip without messing anything else up? I think so. All right, I need to get a better leverage on this. I'll put it against my belly. That didn't do too bad. I don't think I'll be using that pot again. Let's just check the value on it to make sure that it's the right thing. It should be B03. Yeah, B103. What did I just do? Did I hit... I must have hit some of the plastic with the iron. I can smell burning rubber. Yeah. Luckily, there was like just the right sort of junk in that part of the circuit to let me do that. Yeah, like I don't see any problem here. The problem would be with this one. Everything looks pretty tight. Maybe there was something wrong with the potentiometer, but I don't think so. I'll use solder braid on this. This is why we don't clean the flux off of the board yet. We do this stuff. That one's nice and clean. I think I melted the Donkey Kong a little bit there. Oh, great. Move that around. A little bit too rough with the desolder braid, huh? Tweezers and solder and all my stuff. All of my tools. Stuff's all getting in the way. Multimeter can go away. Multimeter might be the next step, is just to get a reading and make sure that all of my connections that are supposed to be made are made. Looks like the desolder braid removed the solder from the other side of this thing. But the multimeter will show me if like the resistor's bad or what's going on with what. Actually, let's just move that out and let me change tips. Change places. Back to our pointier tip, or slightly more intentional or more targeted tip. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. The more targeted of the soldering tips. Like that. Then we got our resistor all the way over here. Is there enough solder on that? I'll add a little bit. Okay, and then bring in the chip. Upside down. Now it's right side up. All right, gotta this is really awkward. You know what? I need to solder it from the other. I need to solder the other direction. Let's move this. Move the solder. Get the solder out of there. I'm coming from the other side. The jlcpcb seems to be pretty good. I'm not mad at it. What I want to do is slide it in like that. There we go. Perfect. And then I'll go to the top pin, which is a little close to that plastic. Just have to be cautious. Yeah, they do seem to do nice work. This has been a decent PCB. Of course, this is the most vanilla PCB they could have made. I'm a big fan of Seed Studio. I like their PCBs. Their solder mask is a little bit more blurry than this one. It kind of like when we do a Seed Studio PCB, I'm constantly like, is this camera in focus? I don't really know. 4-layer might, yeah, it might actually, because that would give me a lot more. It would also let me dissipate heat a lot better. I could dissipate the heat from the one hot chip. Because that's all that chip does. It gets hot and lies. I wonder what that via is right there. I wonder if that's what was going on. I'm gonna move that out a little bit. We'll just like totally avoid that area. I'll try to get this little solder down here. That one's going to be a little weird, but I want to avoid that via. I don't know if maybe we were shorting to this via right here. Of course, that via might just be -12. Well, now I've soldered the via, so there's no going back. And then I got to remove solder from those two. Decoupling caps look okay. And we didn't give it a class. We could make it an AB amplifier, an A amplifier, or a B amplifier, or whatever, just by changing that resistor there. But I decided to leave it hanging, which is also another choice. All right, So now we need to remove solder from these two. Paradoxically, I have to add solder so that I have a little bit of something to grab onto. And then I can remove solder from those. Actually, what I could do now is flip it, and then I would have a bubble that I can desolder. Well, not much of a bubble, but still, maybe it'll help. I'm going to do close area desoldering. So I'm going to clip the end of the desoldering braid. Get my Nipex for that. Oh, where do they go? Oh, they're there. Under everything. All right, come on. Okay. That's in there crooked. Having trouble with channel 2, so this will hopefully get to the bottom of that. We can do a little probing just to make sure that all our connections are made properly, because we were really seeing some odd behavior out of that channel. Wish I could see what I was doing. Where is my light? Why is my light just not present? Jeez. Yeah. We're supposed to be on channel 4. How's it going, Gonad? We've almost got this thing working. Just save for like a little bit of functionality that's not happening. I don't know. I think we're getting close. Just got to get to the bottom of whatever the hell made this potentiometer act out. What's up, Lawn Dog? ASMR, visual ASMR desoldering stream is something that I need to do. Dang it. Dang it! Well, the other one went well. That's why this one inevitably would fail. I'm getting stress insulin. As I'm stressed and working on this thing, I can hear my shoulder making clicking noises, meaning my pump is like, what the hell's your problem? You need insulin. Your body tends to reject the effects of insulin when it's stressed out. Clean off the iron tip. I've got to switch hands for that because this light is right here. This light is right in my way. You can see it on the camera there. I'm trying to make sure that I can see my circuit board properly. Were you a channel 3 or a channel 4 household? Apparently that can tell you exactly where you are in Philadelphia at the time. Whatever city you're in by where you're located. Channel 3 or channel 4. I would like that to write itself a little bit more, and it doesn't look like it's broken. Doesn't that look broken? Huh. Well, we can check with the multimeter to see that it makes a connection. We'll do that right now. So if I go to either end of that resistor, I measure it from power to the other end of the resistor, power to the pad. So if I go from positive, where's my probe? My probes are over here. This has been a little bit tedious. It didn't work the first time, and the problems that we're having are weird. They're not readily apparent. This is a complicated board. We had to make some substitutions in it. So if I go from negative, actually that goes through a capacitor and everything. So if I go from here, that's negative here, and then I'm holding this up against me just because it's the best place I have to look at the different connections. So negative here, and then we're going to this one. Indeterminate. Go to the one on the opposite side. 30K. The 30K, the lower value component goes towards negative. So if I go to positive, nothing, and I go to this pad, 39K. All right, so according to this thing, nothing was wrong. Nothing. Let's see about these. Perhaps there is an error in the potentiometer. 2 ohms. So with this thing, with this thing all the way to the right, that's 2 ohms. Yeah, these do work opposite of the alphas. Wait a minute. So if I do this one and I turn it, why does it work that way? That's so stupid. Turn this one all the way this way, right? So I've turned it all the way to the left. So you would think that this pin and the one to the left of it would have low ohms. Actually, it's the other way around. It's the one to the right that's going to have low ohms. Yeah, that is 100K. This one has low ohms. So in this case, this one operates like this, and then all the pins line up. This one operates like this, and then all the pins line up. So if I do get more of these, the mixer works in the right direction. I'm very glad about that, because that didn't appear to be the case. How many ohms is this one? 9.5. 9.5. And then if I go the opposite direction, it's going to be like 2. Would you just make a connection, please? Oh, come on. Maybe this is where it's broken. 12. Go the other direction. 9.5. There's nothing wrong with this. Should I get another one? Guess probably. Oh man, I'm so annoyed, chat. Why doesn't the circuit work? I'll get another potentiometer. We'll try that. I guess that can happen. Yeah, the manhandling that it received when I got it out of there and I resoldered it, and maybe messing with the 2 resistors and making sure that they're soldered. That might have fixed it in the background. Hey, what's up, RYG? Man, if I were to testify at open source, to advocate for open source electronics, what the hell would I say? I don't know what I would say. I run a small independent business where I make over $50 a month streaming educational content and taking apart stuff. That wouldn't be able to happen if closed source it doesn't work. It doesn't really work. It doesn't. What would I say? I'm going to put a dollop of flux on that. That might help me extract all that solder, and then we'll get a new potentiometer, and maybe that'll fix all of our problems. And we'll never have any problems again, and we'll all be rich and famous and have 1,000 viewers. I just dumped a bunch of flux on the plug itself. That was bad. Why is my shoulder still clicking? What is going on here? What the fuck is going on with my glucose levels? Hold on a second. What the hell, man? It's like normal. It's fine. Why is it clicking so much? I had to change out the pump at the beginning of the stream. I hate that you have to change out the whole pump. It's so crazy. Okay, all right, I'm pressing into the vise. I need to get this clamped higher up so that when I press the iron in, it's not hitting the metal of the vise and sapping all its heat out. I'm going to add a little bit of solder to this. Again, paradoxically, if you've got that little spit bubble in the back of your throat like this, you got to add stuff to it, and then you can suck it out. I don't think that's how human biology works, but whatever. There we go. All right, so this pot I'm putting way to the side, and I'm going to get my bin full of pots, the pot bin, if you will, and I'll get another 10K. Should have designed this thing with 100Ks. Actually, if I do bounce up the value of them, I could use 100 kiloohms in all the resistors, and I guess that would be less current, but the board should be specified with tented vias. It's hard to do tented vias in Fusion. I can do it though, and I should have. I did it for the other PCB. So B103. I did it for the other PCB, and I probably should have done it with this one. I guess if this is going into a buffer amplifier, if I did 390 and 4K and 3K on those resistors, I could put 100 kiloohm potentiometers on this. Maybe that's something we look at next. But for right now, I want to put these guys in here. Because then it would be very low current, but it's going into a unity gain amplifier that would then output and be able to supply everybody else with the current to keep things where it should be. So I could have a full test. I said hi. Yeah, I said hi to RYG. 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 These are kind of hard to line up. I mean, I guess this camera could have a ring light on it, but that would be kind of annoying for being in my face. Oh, this is what needs to... Ow! These use hard metal. They hurt to bend. Okay, so there's that. I kind of like push it to get it to line up. Right, and then I solder the leads. Put that on the camera. Okay, 1, 2, 3. I never made it without biting. There's that one, and then this one. This board is absolutely filthy with flux now because of all the soldering that we've done. All right, let's try it out and see if these channels are still broken. It's not a real project until a header gets melted. I try to avoid melting the headers so much, but this one is, of course, no exception. I've kind of chewed away at this side of it. That's very true. All right, so our output here, so that's those two channels. The probe channel is floating. We can give it known good input here, known good input here, and then we plug power in. We make sure to observe. Stripe is written right there. It's hard to see. And then stripe is down there like that. And so that plugs in like this. And we get only one of the channels working. Overall volume, this volume. No worky. That, of course, I can still turn down and up. But for some reason, nothing happens on this channel. Why? Nobody likes my signals. That's isolated right and left, making it through the whole circuit. But when I plug this one in, it doesn't work. So the next piece of this that they share is the op amp. Now this does get hot enough to hurt. It dissipates very quickly, and it doesn't get much hotter than that. So maybe we could be okay with it. Maybe it'll be okay. But we know that this thing is working fully. We know that all of the steps, like the volume control for this, is working fully. It's this part of the circuit that is not independently not working. It's both not working. Why is it like this? It's some kind of a biasing from that chip at the top. We looked at the solder into it. Hold on, looking for all my stuff so that I can operate properly. Let's move this out of the way. The 2 resistors in the pot, yes. It's a ladder of resistors with an adjustment towards the center, but biased over to one side. So overall, the total resistance from V plus to V minus is 70 kiloohms. 70 kiloohms for the whole stack. And then in the middle, there's 10 kilo, well, in the middle, slightly biased downward, actually slightly biased up in this case, is 10K. So you have 40K, 10K, 30K. And for some reason, the math comes out so that allows me to turn up and down from positive 300 millivolts to negative 3 volts. Don't know why. I did the math and I got it to work on the breadboard. And for channel 1 it works. It doesn't work for the second channel. Which is not really all that sensical. So on the blank section, so these are the 2 that we're looking at. These are the 2 that are doing this to us. That looks a little weird. I guess I can just bring solder into there. Fix it up. Make sure there's no solder in between them. This one, it's ground connection. Looks okay. Can't really get in there. Decoupling is fine. Looks a little better. I mean, it looked connected anyway. And then those go from these 2 here, down, 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 diggity down, all the way to these 3 right here. Those look fine. I mean, I did just solder them. Those look fine. And then their control line goes to this one right here. And it's the one, what smells like burning? What did I hit? What did I just run into? Probably hit one of these. These cords are all in the way. These outputs. God, that's a strong plastic smell. I did a little math. I did a little math to try to get the voltage level correct. A little. Why are you still awake? Isn't it like tomorrow over there? It's gotta be like 3:30 in the morning. How are you awake? That's like when I wake up at my desk. It's 7 a.m. Oh, okay, so you're just waking up. Holy shit. What time is it? Oh, it's 4:30. Okay, I don't know what the hell's going on with this thing. It seems like everything is totally fine, and yet I melted a bunch of cables yesterday. I was adding the final solder point. Oh, you've got a project in, huh? Oh, that sucks. Yeah, when you sweep the cables of the iron, it's never good. One channel works, then the math is right. Yeah, exactly. One channel works pretty well. It could use a little tweaking, but could use a little tweaking. Don't be gross. Yeah, so I don't know what the hell's going on with this thing. I mean, it's V negative should be getting there just fine. V positive should be getting there just fine. V positive doesn't appear to be offsetting the V negative in the way that it should. I don't know why that would be, because I've got everything else working on the board. So everything else is working but this part of the board. But this circuit, and this circuit isn't, you ain't special. It's not that special or unique or anything like that. I mean, yeah, that gets kind of close, but that's fine. That should be okay. This don't make sense. Ugh. Hair everywhere. That going to there, that going to there, and then going up into that RL2. 2 is actually what we're talking about, but this board is flipped right now. RL2, going into this one, we looked at the solder on that. That one is not even, no, that one goes this way to these two with the feedback loop, which looked okay. We looked at the solder on it, seemed to be okay. This one is ground. It has one singular line, but it does connect to ground. That would be the other thing if like the ground reference isn't there. But it appears to be. Everything it seems is okay. Sort of. Except that it don't work. It just don't work. What is, let's see. No, that's a connection there to ground, and then the ground wraps around. Everything seems to be fine except that it's not. I think I need to do more probing around with this in my own time. I think maybe this is where we conclude today's stream because it is 4:30-ish. I'm gonna get my headphones out of the way here. 4:30-ish. We got a mostly successful board out of this. It seems like the relative hotness, the heat that this thing is generating, might be just something where you say, hey, don't touch that part of the board. Other strategies for reducing the heat there, maybe to lower the voltage that goes into that chip. I don't have room for anything like that. That would require a voltage regulator. So I think it's time to build a mixer module, testing module, testing module. That's what this is supposed to be. That's what this thing is. That's why I built just the output version of my module testing module. That's what this is. This is supposed to give me reliable outputs that I can put through the mixer, and I should have more than 4 of them, but they're not that reliable, unfortunately. Still, we weren't able to send the second channel through, and we sort of know what's going on. There's a weird voltage level coming out of this part of the circuit. I need to test it up the pipe and just figure out exactly what's going on. It's possible that, I don't think the op-amp's broken in any way. I think everything's functioning the way it should. It's just that we're not getting the levels that translate into the right voltages. And I think what I want to do over my weekend is to take all 3 of these pots out, bump all of the values up 1, 0, and then my 10Ks become 100Ks. And then I can use these, which will operate in the right direction. Podule, module, nodule. I don't know anymore. No, but anyway, so yeah, I'm gonna get the old pots out, put in new pots, but we know that both of these work. This one is having trouble. Don't know why. Maybe replacing the resistors will help with that, but certainly then the fade in and out will be in the right direction. And then I can get a front panel for this thing and give it to Julian and be like, Julian, what do you think? And he'll be like, it's a little quiet. So then I'll probably have to tweak the values down here in order to get it all the way up to 1.7. And then he'll probably say something like the right and the left channels aren't properly balanced with one another, which is not something that I really anticipated. And I know some of these mixers have like bias adjustments on the back, but God knows we are not going to fucking be able to fit anything like that on here. I would have to do a daughter board on this thing. Could terminal noise be a concern with high resistance? Possibly. And, you know, how things work. I don't know, man. I'm just going to build it, and then we'll see what happens. But I was hoping the 10Ks, because they have a stronger signal to them. I think 100K will be fine, because we are doing a voltage level into a buffer amplifier. So the buffer amplifier, inverting amplifier, though it may be, will also hold a stronger voltage level on its other end, with the weaker 100K voltage level getting into it. And then overall, the device may use a little bit less electricity, I guess. But I don't know what is causing the weird voltage level on this, so I need to spend some time, get this into a mount, and spend some time just really poking at the circuit itself. I need to make a mount for Eurorack stuff that lets me like move it over to one side or the other. Anyway, that's sort of the final assembly part of building a circuit board. So you put it all together, and now you're tasked with getting, by any means necessary, getting that board to work, and then noting down all the changes you want to make for version 2. And if there are major reroutes and stuff like that, you need to make note of them. I didn't have any major reroutes so far. There's nothing that's sort of like connected completely wrong. The only other thing would be if we have to flip plus and minus, but we don't, because we checked with the alpha potentiometers and those work. So I'm going to doodle up a test with the alpha potentiometers, and then it'll be more like the actual thing. Hey, what's up, Brink? we're just wrapping up. I'm just wrapping up. I got a big headache. I'm ready to go pet my dog, and annoy her by poking her in the face. But yeah, I would suggest you guys go touch grass, and if you're ever faced with building your own circuit board with your own design on it, know that this isn't the end of it. This is us continuing on. There's a bunch more struggle for us to do. We're going to hit these problems head on. I'm going to find the answers to the problems, solve them, and then potentially get them into a V2. The only advantage right now that we have in version 2 of this board would be a rearranging of the components to have tighter pads so that our ground can be a little bit more smushed out into everything and our heat has more of a chance to dissipate. None of the chips have too many problems, and our main IC gets down to temperature just fine, but I would rather it be at a better resting temperature. It's kind of a little bit up there. It needs to dissipate a little bit more easily. Now, putting a heatsink on it is an easy solution, but it's not good when you have something like that poking out of the back of the board, because the 500-pound gorilla in the room is going to rip it off with your chip. So either I add 2 vias so that I can run a wire up and across the heatsink to hold it in there so it doesn't rip the chip out if somebody bumps into it, or I don't put a heatsink on it. But anyway, those are things that I got to figure out later on. For right now, I am going to take a break. Here's the end card, and I don't think my stream schedule does not meet up with a lot of the people that I know. If I just go to Twitch and look at who's on, I can't really raid you guys into. What do we have? We got all kinds of weird stuff going on. Robus is not still on. Did he stop? When did he stop? Oh no, he's still on. He's playing Kingdom Come. He's gonna play through that entire game in like 2 days. That guy does not get to enjoy a game, does he? He just hits it head on and he doesn't stop until it's done. Yarak is doing Microsoft Flight Simulator. Go see Majenko Tech. Oh, maybe they're doing something cool, but I don't know who they are. So, all right, I'm gonna just stop the stream. I'm looking at who's streaming right now. Okay. Yeah, I'll catch you guys later. My dog is barking at the door. That's why I'm so distracted right now. But yeah, I'll be back on Tuesday at the latest. I might do a tomorrow's stream. I don't know. Yeah, it would be a moving day stream for moving bases and abiotic factor. I might do that. I might have a lot of tech problems because I haven't turned on my system in a long time for streaming. So I'll try to set up that tomorrow. We'll see where things go. And I'll catch y'all later.